Welcome back. And before I even start having comments, let's do this.
And today we are going to talk about Dungeons and Dragons, and we're going to talk about Daggerheart. We're going to talk about where we are right now. A critical moment in history. Right now, we are living in a critical moment in history, in the history of Dungeons and Dragons, the Daggerheart release, and what it means for the Dungeons and Dragons community. So let's get into it. So Daggerheart is out, and I have been reading it for 3 days. I have read 2/3 of it. And I can tell you, and so where are we right now? We're in an extremely important moment in history. What is that moment? We're in the moment in history where Dungeons and Dragons gets to breathe a sigh of relief, and another Dungeons and Dragons killer, a D&D killer, evaporates. A D&D killer, air quotes, evaporates. It's just gone. It's not going to materialize. But there was a
Dude, didn't I see a video of you just like the other day? This guy made a video literally a couple days ago saying that Daggerheart was going to be the game to challenge D&D for primacy of all role playing, which in my opinion is silly because I don't even like modern D&D, but and now he's saying that it's evaporated. And I will say this about Jay Scott, who I actually think I would be friends with, honestly, if we hung out at the comic shop and things like that. He's right in this video. He's 100% right. I mean, I just got done watching Double D do a intense, in-depth breakdown of Daggerheart. And yeah, it is not a threat to D&D. So while I'm playing Jay Scott over here, don't take it as me wanting to make fun of the guy. If I wanted to make fun of him, I'd be playing the video where he was claiming it was going to be super great. No, I'm playing this one because Jay Scott Garrity nails it. And anyone who looked into Daggerheart,
very real chance it would. I was shocked at my experience with Daggerheart when first of all, I have learned, so we live in an incredibly fast world. The world moves at an incredibly fast pace. Ferris Bueller said that decades ago.
You gotta stop and look around.
And so I don't care about things until they release. I just I don't spend an ounce of time.
Hold on, my boy just
worrying about things before they release, except for very few things. And Daggerheart was a little bit that way. I paid side attention to it, but once it released, I was all over it. Right, I immediately bought. I bought it on Debbie Plain. That's his own story, and then I immediately began reading it. And I could tell you, and I haven't even finished it. I've only read 2/3 of it. But I could tell you right now, it is not a D&D killer. How can you possibly know that, Scott, if you didn't finish it? It's crunch. So a critical mistake was made in Daggerheart's design. It is high crunch and narratively focused. That is a critical mistake. First of all, those two things do not mix. You cannot have a high crunch game that is actually narratively focused. High crunch is used for high simulation of combat and nothing else in the tabletop role-playing game space. There has never been a game that has been able to do high crunch with social interaction that worked. There's been tons of attempts to do that. None of them have worked. They've all failed. And this is exactly the same.
But I want to rub on
this is so basically they cocked it up. This is really bad. So it's a high crunch game, extremely high crunch game, and it is narratively focused. And here's the problem: no one who cares about a high crunch game, which is used for combat simulation, cares about narrative focus. And no one who is narratively focused and cares about what happens in the story ever wants more crunch. So this was built for no one and is going to disappear. There is absolutely no possibility that Daggerheart will defeat Dungeons and Dragons or will serve as a D&D killer in any capacity.
My boy is spitting.
So right now, we're in the moment in time where another D&D killer arrives And it is a D&D killer for like 1 minute until people read it, right? Well, why was Daggerheart a D&D killer? Matthew Mercer and Orion Akaba. The world really cares about Matthew Mercer and Orion Akaba. They are, the number one player in the number one dragon master in the world and the number one dungeon master in the world.
Orion Akaba even
people really care about those people. Those are real, right? And they have truly transformed the space of Dungeons and Dragons forever. And because there's so much excitement around them, there was a genuine moment where the whole world was going to turn. Millions of critters, and even I would say like maybe 1 million or 2 million people in the D&D community were going to look at this thing and really if it was decent, if it even been decent, I think it had a possibility. But Daggerheart is not going to be a D&D killer, and right now we are in the moment where another D&D killer emerges and simply evaporates, just goes away. That doesn't matter, just like dries up in the sun because it's a 2-inch pool, right? And you're like, well, what do you mean by another one? Well, Shadowdark was the last one. Shadowdark showed up, and the world was really passionate about it. It had a lot of vibe, it had a lot of momentum, and it would have been a D&D killer if Kelsey Dion had the stomach to compete with Dungeons and Dragons. She does not. She just has the stomach to be comfortable and well loved, which is exactly what she's getting. But you don't beat D&D with casualness. So Daggerheart, not a D&D killer. Shadowdark, not a D&D killer.
Shadowdark, every single word you just heard, I think, took a bite out of D&D's
nothing more, nothing less. The important part is when I hear your humble opinion. When you get in the comments and send your traffic, please consider liking and subscribing, and have a fetch millennium.
I don't know what a fetch millennium is. What does that even mean? I don't even know. But credit where credit's due. Granted, a couple days ago, he made a video where he opined that this game could be the D&D killer. And now he's making a video saying, no, it's not. And this is where I think a lot of people would be like, you were wrong, you're stupid, blah, blah, blah. I'm not that guy. I'm going to say, well, you were wrong, but you recognized you were wrong really quick. You were quick on your feet, and you put out a video saying, hey, I got the game, read it, and it's nothing. Yeah, I saw that, James. I mean, I was, in the chat talking shit, but yeah, it's like that would be a reason. And I know right now a lot of people on that particular side would say, well, that's because you're a, freaking white guy, blah, 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 Christian, blah, 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 hater, blah, 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 whatever, in one ear out the other, right? But that, to me, is a reason not to buy a game. If you're going to depict characters with top surgery scars and shit like that, no, I don't want your game. I mean, and what's amazing to me is that Critical Role is still hanging on to that. I mean, pretty much everywhere in the world now. And really, America was a little late to the party, to be perfectly honest, agrees that the top surgery thing and all that bullshit, especially on kids, is a horrible thing. So Critical Role, man, still sticking to the Marxist playbook, I guess. I don't know. Oh, yeah, and before someone's like, oh, all you guys ever do is say everything's Marxist. Bro, all of this neoliberal bullshit is 100% Marxist. I mean, provably, observably Marxist. And anyone that tries to shame you into not pointing it out is probably your enemy. They're probably a ideologue, and they're just trying to gaslight you into not recognizing something that is, true. Yeah, because I mean, Marxists being Satanist, and believe me, Marxism is satanic. they hate the truth. They absolutely hate it. Now, again, somebody's going to be like, Marxism isn't satanic. It's an economic. No. Karl Marx was absolutely a devoted Satanist. So, yeah, anything he wrote, I would go ahead and say was probably inspired by the forces of hell. And I mean, what a great deception Marxism is, too, because you convince idiots that jumping on that bandwagon is going to make things awesome for everybody here on earth, right? Because the whole idea of Marxism is to create heaven on earth, which that even in and of itself is, hey, what's up, Shark? I mean, the idea that you can create a heaven on earth without God, that right there is already crossing some serious theological lines, right? But hey, let's put that aside and just look at the fact that no ideology in the history of humanity has caused more deaths, murders, atrocities, etc., than communism. It is absolutely the worst form of government ever created. And all you need to do is watch what's his name. He was an ex-KGB agent that came over like in the 70s and like told everybody what Stalin's plot was. Borinsky or whatever. And it explains the whole deal about infiltrating the universities and filling, the young people's heads full of stupid utopian bullshit. And unfortunately, it worked. I mean, you got to give them that. It worked. It worked very well. And even though right now we've kind of put our finger in the dike, so to speak, dirty minds, that doesn't mean that we've won. There's a very, very good chance that we have not won anything. We just slowed it down. Right? That's all we did. We've slowed it down. And if people are not super vigilant about the things going on around them, it can always come right back. I mean, that's how evil is, man. It's always there. It's always there. But Satan's 5 I wills at the beginning of the evil in the world. Yeah. Well, any of you who have ever watched the movie Nefarious, you know what I'm talking about. And if you have not watched the movie, a simple summation is basically a psychologist who is an atheist gets called in to determine whether a serial killer is sane or not. And of course, what the psychologist doesn't know, he learns pretty quick though, is that the serial killer has been possessed by a demon for who knows, a decade plus. And it was actually the demon that was riding the serial killer and making him do all the horrible things. And after, the demon introduces himself as Nefariamus, he who is nefarious, in an ancient language, they say. I don't know if that's true, honestly. I don't speak ancient Phoenician. The smug, atheist, intelligent leftist literally is sitting here arguing with the demon about life and how humanity is making everything better and blah, 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 like hate is no longer accepted and people can love whomever they wish. And the whole time he's talking that stuff, the demon is sitting across from him at the table laughing his ass off because everything the lefty professor, lawyer, doctor, whatever is talking about is in line with the desires of the demon. And and the demon tells him, yeah, you think you're doing so good, but right now most high school graduates read at a third grade level, and right now there are literally more slaves in the world than at the height of the Roman Empire. And the demon's like, and best yet, most of them are sex slaves. And then he talks about hate speech, and the demon laughs. He's like, sometimes you guys even surprise us because we didn't even come up with hate speech laws. You did that on your own. And eventually, the demon tells the guy, humanity's done. It's over. And they did it right to your face. And so many people now are so confused about things that they can't even tell when something's evil, when it's happening right in front of their face, right? And I keep saying and run-on sentences, but basically, and I hope this isn't heretical to say, but the person playing the role of the demon and the person who wrote the demon's lines and stuff is 100% dead on, And not that I would like to give glory or credit at all to the demonic, but 100% dead on. And the movie really ultimately reminds me of the Screwtape letters, which are letters written by, I forget who, but a really famous guy back in the day. And it was like the letters between Satan and a lesser demon about how to screw humanity over. And there's like this whole, set of letters, right? And that's kind of what happens there. Plus, the acting is amazing. It really was a low budget movie with actors that you may not remember. Like, the guy playing the demon was also the guy that played the one brother in Boondock Saints, and he played the one guy in like Suicide Kings, whatever. C.S. Lewis wrote it. Yeah, I have it. It was a birthday present from my brother-in-law. He bought me the screw tape, whatever. It's not thick. It's just like a folio, really. And that's kind of, having read through that and then watched the movie Nefarious. Nefarious is just basically the movie version of the Screwtape letters or whatever, except between a demon and a hyper leftist, Democrat voting, pro-abortion psychologist. And there are two things about the movie, though, I was not a huge fan of. One is Glenn Beck was in it, and I'm not a fan of Glenn Beck. I think Glenn Beck is an op. And two, at the end, after the demon tried to make him commit suicide, but he begged for God to save him, and the gun refuses to go off, even though he's holding it to his chin, pulling the trigger, and you can hear it click, 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 right? And then he talks about how they did forensics, and the round went off when they tested it, so no one knows why it didn't go off when he tried to kill himself with it. Hey, Daryl. This is my brother, Daryl. This is my other brother, Daryl. I used to love those guys. Anyway, Bob Newhart, guys. If you don't know who he is, you're probably too young, but that's no excuse. Check him out. One of the funniest guys on old school TV back in the 70s and early 80s. But I digress. The thing that bothers me is Mr., doctor, psychiatrist, atheist guy, even though he knows for a fact demons exist now, and he knows for a fact that God must have saved him, he doesn't convert. And when he's talking to Glenn Beck on his show, he's all like, I'm not sure, if I'm a Christian or what I am and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, dude, you just got smacked right in the face. Right in the face. And there is, of course, room for a certain amount of doubt, right? I mean, yes, obviously, God gave us brains so that we could be, a little bit discerning of the things we're looking at. But, you know, it's like when something is so blatantly obvious, but the character in the film chooses to ignore it because of, I would say, pride or whatever. It bothers me, you know. It's like, it's kind of, and see, to relate this to gaming, this is my problem with people in Dungeons and Dragons games wanting to play atheists. Because in a fantasy role-playing game like D&D, magic works. You know what I mean? You know magic works. And clerics do amazing miracles. You see it with your eyes. Like when the cleric walks up to you with this holy symbol in hand, says a prayer to their deity, you know, may Saint Hieronymus bless you, and puts a hand on you and heals you, just boom, right? It's like, okay, how do you say you're an atheist? That's Golarion, which is Paizo's world. The stupidest thing about it is there's a whole kingdom on the north side of the southern continent where religion and divine everything is outlawed. And it's like, are these people just stupid? I mean, that's my argument. It's like the king who outlawed this, is he just stupid? Yeah, there's a whole kingdom full of atheists, though. So it's like, are you guys just dumb? Like, if you're a merchant from that kingdom and you go to a neighboring kingdom and you see temples with clerics in there performing miracles, and hey, possibly the avatar of God itself appear, then you go back home and say, yeah, we still don't want gods. That'd be like a country surrounded by other countries that got nuclear weapons being like, I don't want nukes. Because, I mean, that country, I forget the name of it, if it ever goes to war with any of its neighbors, the fact that they don't have divine casters means that they are proper effed, to quote, I believe, Snatch, the movie Snatch. One of my favorite movies ever. Brad Pitt plays a pikey, and man, he nails it. He nails it so good. I think it's a Guy Ritchie film. And also Statham's in it. But yeah, Brad Pitt speaking in pikey, which is, for those of you who don't know, like the Thieves' Cant, except the base of the Thieves' Cant language is Irish. And then you go ahead and throw in a weird accent and use a lot of cant. And I mean, like Thieves' Cant. And, you know, so that way, two people, two pikeys can be in public talking. And unless you're a pikey, you have no idea what these two guys are talking about. And that's how they, you know, freaking screw you over, because they're making plans right in front of your face and you're just sitting there. Got my green tea with ginger tonight. Probably going to be up for a little bit because I'm back to having problems sleeping. So, you know, took my meds, drink an energy drink earlier. And some people might be like, if you're having problems sleeping, why would you drink an energy drink? And the reason is really weird. I've found that if I drink an energy drink, yeah, it makes me all wired up for a while. But after about 3 hours, when the crash hits, I can go lay down and I'll go right to sleep. And then that way, I'll be able to get up tomorrow morning relatively early and do all the things I need to do tomorrow. I've got a whole list of things. So I showed you the J. Scott Garrity being a smart guy. I like that. A little bit of self-awareness there. I mean, I still don't like the fact that he disregards the entire OSR like it doesn't exist, because it's like, come on, Scott. I mean, you know, don't be a player hater. Like last time I talked to Scott, and it's like, dude, have you looked at the sales figures for basically every game Kevin Crawford does? That shit is insane. I don't know, and this is me just talking smack to you bros, but I seriously, and of course I'm too lazy to look this up, but I seriously wonder what the total sales of like Stars Without Number are compared to these later, like, which book sold more copies? Would it be Stars Without Number or the Celestial Citadel, whatever it was, or Strixhaven? You know, I'd be really interested to find that out one day. And the thing is, it's a no lose situation for Crawford, because even if D&D outsold him, you know, as long as he did relatively good compared to their product, it's a win, because you're talking about pretty much a guy and his team making a game that made almost as much money as a game put out by a major gaming corporation. You know what I mean? See, the thing with Daggerheart, it's okay. The woke stuff bothers me, especially having a fighter with top surgery scars and shit like that, because that is just disgusting. And also because there's magic in the game that can literally turn you into the opposite gender if that's just what you want to do. So it's virtue signaling in an arena that requires no virtue signaling. Like, you can always go looking for a belt of gender swapping or whatever it's called, girdle of gender change or whatever, but you could also just save up a bunch of money and pay a mage to cast like True Polymorph or some shit. Or you could learn shape change. It is unnecessarily complex, Coco, and the rule systems for how the players do things and how the DM does things are totally different. And I mean, you know, I'll never claim to be a super genius over here. I mean, I know how to, you know, get a Linux ready to go. So I guess technically I am a super villain. But as a reference to an old commercial too. Max is probably 100% right. Sadly, or not sadly, depending on where you stood on this thing. Like I said, Jay Scott was all for it until he wasn't. And I am not going to hold it against him because, you know, one of the best things you can do as a human is realize when you've been had by a product or a philosophy or whatever, and recognize that and call it out. And that's what Garrity did. He recognized that he got hype over this game, mainly because of who produced it. But then when he actually got to start reading it, he realized, oh, this sucks. Nil before Zod. Yes. I've got like a Beowulf cluster of super soldiers and fembots with a penchant for violence. I'm much more popular. I used to love that commercial, the Linux commercial, how to be a supervillain. It's like, you know, when you're negotiating the price of the moon, the worst thing is when you get the blue screen of death. But I don't have that problem anymore because I switched to Linux. Yeah, see, the stupidest thing he could have done. And this is also why I'm giving him props, Coco. You're 100% right. Is like he came out before he had the book when the hype was real. And he said, this could be the game that challenges D&D, blah, 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 right? You know, typical Scott Garrity stuff. But then when he actually got, I'd like to apologize. What's up, Kyle? Yeah, that guy apologizes for everything. It's like, can you imagine being his wife? I wonder if, like, while he's got his head rested on her shoulder, like 30 seconds into intercourse, if he's apologizing to her, like, I'm so sorry. It's like, dude, stop apologizing. The only time you apologize really in the fire service is when you really F up, or when the chief calls you in and the only correct answer to his bitching you out is, I'm sorry, I'll do better next time. And as long as you say that, you won't get fired most of the time. But people hate to admit when they're wrong about something. Right. And Garrity proved to be the better man. He was wrong. Then he got the book and read it and was like, oh shit, I was wrong. And then he made a video saying, yeah, I was wrong. I mean, he didn't really say I was wrong. But he did say about how he had jumped on the fad wagon for a minute. So I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, just because secretly behind closed doors, I like Garrity. And, I'm that kind of guy. It's like a lot of people hated Shawner, but, I didn't. That's just the kind of guy I am, I don't really hate any, like, all of the people who I guess people would call my fellow YouTube whatevers. I hate creator because, like, when I make videos, I guess I'm a YouTube creator. But right now, I'm not a YouTube creator. I'm a fat old guy sitting in his game room, painting miniatures and talking shit. No, Jeff, Garrity made a video today saying that it is not the D&D killer he thought it would be. And so no worries. And I am complimenting him on the fact that he didn't stubbornly stick to his guns about it and was willing to go ahead and make a video and be like, yeah, I was wrong. I mean, to me, if you say something wrong, but you're willing to admit what you said was wrong, I mean, that's to me being a man, because we're all going to be wrong sometime. I mean, God only knows how many times I've said shit on this channel that, ends up maybe on a little bit deeper, research to have been completely wrong. Sometimes you either get hyperbolic or maybe you think you know something. And I don't wait on any of it. I play OSE. It's already out. It's based on my favorite version of D&D. It's compatible with Dragon Slayer and every other game like that. I mean, OSE is compatible with Lamentations of the Flame Princess. It's compatible with basic D&D. So, I mean, it's like, so why wait for a new game? I know some people, they just like new things because the old thing gets boring. Believe me, I dig it. The chat of chat. Yeah, right. A new cult leader. Different people obviously have very different experiences with Shawner. Because I've explained this before, and he's passed, so he doesn't need me to defend him. But Shawner, if you went on a stream or something, the first thing he'd do is look up a YouTube channel for you, and if he couldn't find it, he'd block you. Because he felt like if you weren't a creator, then it's a waste of his time to listen to anything you said. Yeah, I mean, it just depends. And the thing I'm going to say to you guys is, don't think I'm saying you're wrong for your opinions of Shawner. I'm not saying that. That's not coming out of my mouth. Shawner rubbed some people the wrong way. It is not my job to defend Shawner. But he and I, for whatever reason, maybe it was time, the fact that we'd kind of been interacting for a decade. I don't know, but Shawner always said I was the greatest, maybe the greatest of all time. True story. He watched a video of me actually doing a live play, and he said I was good DM. I mean, that is rare praise coming from Shawner. I mean, I was almost like, damn, I'm going to sell all of my role-playing games because, I mean, there's nowhere to go now. I've hit the top. I am the master. I have achieved success in the eyes of Shawner. Therefore, I no longer need DM again. I should actually make myself like a badge or something like online that says DM approved by Shawner. Good DM, quote, Shawner, I mean, if nothing else, it'd be a way of keeping his memory going, and also just it'd be funny. Like, I should base it on the original Paranoia badges that you used to have to hand out. I don't know if any of you guys ever played original box set Paranoia, but each of the players would get a badge, and it was what they were responsible for in the group. And man, I loved being the hygiene officer. But being the happiness officer was really cool too. Because then if somebody was acting up, you could be like, are you unhappy, citizen? Because being unhappy is treason. So if you're unhappy, then you're committing treason. And therefore, I shoot you in the face with my laser pistol. And then when I go in front of the computer, I tell the computer that you were being very, very depressed and unhappy. And because maybe of the computer's actions, which meant that you were obviously a traitor. And the hygiene officer, if anybody got dirty, you could yell at them and make them brush their teeth and stuff. And I tell you what, if I ever got like as brave as Vic, who I assume has probably went to bed by now because I know he's got to work. If I ever got as brave as Vic and thought about, putting money and time on the line to run a tournament, I would probably, even if it meant paying somebody or giving them credit and free entry or something like that, I would probably have to take a couple of people coming to the attorney and assign them hygiene officer. Giving them a big badge that just showed like a stick of deodorant and some like a toothbrush and toothpaste and all that shit. And just have their job be to patrol the floor. And if somebody didn't meet requirements, have them go take a shower. And give them the authority to tell somebody, hey, you need to go throw some deodorant on or something, bro. And if the guy gave them guff, be like, look, this guy, like if they brought me into the situation, I'd just have to tell the guy, look, this guy has the authority to literally throw you out of the tourney. So ask yourself, do you want to go up to your room and throw some deodorant on, take a shower and brush your teeth? Or do you want to be escorted out of the tournament? It's up to you. I mean, obviously I would be nice and I would tell the guy, obviously I want you to just do the thing and then enjoy and have a great time. That's what I want to happen. But you know, can't be letting people roam about the tournament hall, you know, just being, you know, a nuisance to every other person. And, you know, while I agree that your rights end, you know, where I begin, if you smell like, you know, an unclean cat litter box, then yeah, you're definitely infringing on my right not to want to chuck up whatever I eat for lunch. Which at a game tournament is always going to be pepperoni pizza, let's be honest. So, yeah. It's like you are literally interfering with my ability to enjoy the thing I paid for because you were in such a hurry to get down here gaming, which is understandable, that you didn't take care of some basic stuff. So now I'm telling you, go take care of your basic stuff and then heck, come right back. I don't know. Some people might think that's mean. Yet, you know what? The guy passed on, and yet people are still talking about him. Yeah, the non-aggression principle. So Shawner in the end wins because the guy has left this earthly plane months ago at this point, and he is still in our memory. So yeah, Shawner won at life. Now, some of you make good points that maybe the memory that he left with you was not the most positive, but hey, still counts. Yeah, man. And the hygiene officer, he wore a badge that had the scrubbing bubble from the scrubbing bubble spray on the badge. And it was like, are you clean or something on it? And the badges were all like in the book, and you could either cut them out and hand them to the players or photocopy them and laminate them and hand them to the players and have the players actually wear their badge. Not saying that that's a game you're going to play a whole campaign with, but for a couple short games here and there, that game was pretty freaking fun. That is a fun game. But, you know, and I'm going to say another thing too. And I don't want anybody to be pissy with me. I don't think you guys will. But I think a lot of people have a hard time understanding and just dealing with that old man vibe. You know what I mean? But mama, orc, I don't need to bathe. Well, orcs don't bathe. Except in the blood of their enemies, especially those knife-eared, daisy-eating orcs or elves. Because we hate them. But yeah, I doubt that there's an orc anywhere that's overly concerned with bathing. Of course, this is when like the freaks that are all like super lefty come out of nowhere and start saying, you're being racist to orcs. I was like, yeah, I guess I am, aren't I? Let me consider for a moment. And I think about it, and then I say, I'm comfortable with that. I'm 100% okay with being racist towards orcs. So there you go. You know. And then they call me a fascist. I'm like, actually, I'm more of an anarchist. Or quite possibly, depending on many factors, a monarchist. And believe me, a lot of people don't care for that. Yeah, I go back and forth between whether I want to be ANCAP or a monarchist. That is truly, which I'm not schizophrenic, but I agree that sometimes my political views are. Like ANCAP monarchist. Couldn't get much further apart than that, but there you go. Right? I've got baby orc miniatures and an orc wife miniature from Otherworld Games. It's so funny throwing them on the table and watching the players freak out. Like, not as much now because, they've dealt with it, but the first time they're going through the orc dungeon and like they run into the room and you put a couple of orc warriors down and then like a couple of orc juveniles throwing sticks and shit, and then some little baby orcs and a big mama orc with like 6 tits. And they're just like, exactly, Daryl. Exactly. Yeah. Anyone who would say, well, this guy's a traitor, I'd say I joined the army, And at no point am I sitting here being like, insurrection, yay. No. I'm even a Southerner that thinks it's a good thing the North won the Civil War. It's just sometimes you talk about political theory and I go back and forth a little bit. A poop throwing young orc. Yep. The only good orc is a dead orc. So let's go make some orcs good. Of course, that's from Goblin Slayer, but I think it works with orcs just as well, right? I think you guys would agree. I mean, it works for orcs. Also, and I'm going to say this again, even though I'm sure that I've said it 20 times, and maybe some of you have actually done it. If you ever watch the Goblin Slayer anime, I would skip season 1. Or not season 1, episode 1, if you're squeamish about certain things. Like, SA and stuff. I definitely, episode 1 is rough. But then from there on out, it's fine. However, if you want to watch Goblin Slayer without worrying about episode 1 so much, just watch Goblin Slayer Abridged. That shit is hilarious. It is literally just like, wow. And in a lot of ways, it's a lot more relevant to D&D players than the actual Goblin Slayer is, which is, oddly enough, based on a Japanese role-playing game. What baby orc throwing? Well, I don't know that the baby orc throwing a handful of orc poop at you would hurt anything but really your pride. Because now you're walking around a dungeon with your friends and your armor, especially, man, can you imagine if you're wearing like chainmail or lamellar or something and that's wet goblin poop hit and got all in the cracks of it and everything? Plus, I mean, if it got on your skin, it would itch. And then, of course, the fact that you would smell like goblin or orc poop everywhere you went, which, so your friends might even be like, damn, man, this quest is over. We need to head back to town because this dude right over here needs a shower. And I mean now. Because I can't stand to be around him. Yeah, teenage orc throwing a handful of goblin poop at you. Yeah, nah. If you want to watch Goblin Slayer, but it's actually good. Okay, Deckard, Berserk is better than Goblin Slayer. But Goblin Slayer is pretty good too. I mean, two things can be true. Yeah, I mean, if you're wearing like Lamlar, half plate, Mel, I mean, that stuff is going to hit chainmail, be like a colander, man. It's just going to seep right into it and be like on the inside, getting all soaked into your surcoat or your caparison. underneath there, your arming jacket, and then you're smelling like, I can only imagine, just based on the diet of an orc, that their poop would be like worse even than like cat poop. You know what I mean? And guys, if you've ever owned cats, you know cat poop is like the worst. It is the worst. There's nothing in the world that smells quite as bad as cat poop. So, some really shitty conversations here. Hey, somebody's brought up the miniature. I've got it too if it's the one from Otherworld Games. Because Otherworld Games sells a good night. Yeah, right. Otherworld Games sells a kit, and it's like basically orc civilians, if you can call them that. So it's got, like I said, the orc mom with the 6 floppy boobs. And then there's like young orcs and baby orcs, and, you know, they're all doing what they're doing. And it is interesting when you've been playing D&D maybe for a little while with a group, and, you know, you actually break the miniatures out for a tactical combat, and you put, you know, some baby orcs on the table. All of a sudden the players, you know, it goes one of two ways. Either some of the players second guess the whole idea of killing the baby orcs, and then other of the players pull the Goblin Slayer, and they just immediately run up and try to punt a baby orc halfway across the room. Because, you know, they have no respect for orc lives. Right? To quote the one bard guy, you know, orc lives aren't a thing because orc lives don't matter. Or no, orc lives don't matter because orc lives aren't a thing. That's what I'm saying, you know. So right now I'm painting a bunch of piles of bones. These are just piles of bones, skeletons. And I'm painting them white. And when they're completely dry, I'll go ahead and get my pallid bone speed paint and bow. And then they'll probably be done. From another manufacturer, okay. Might have been Badger Games, because they recently, I think, acquired all of the miniatures from Otherworlds, and Otherworlds shut down. Which bothers me because, man, all I was waiting on was to hit the Powerball, and then I was going to buy Otherworlds. The main difference is I was going to buy Otherworlds, and then I was going to open up a plastic injection mold plant up in Kentucky with maybe 3 machines. So I'd have to hire maybe, you know, 6 people to operate the machines. And of course, I'd have to hire the crew and everything. And then I would have paid the tens of thousands of dollars to have every single one of the Otherworld miniatures cut into molds for plastic injection. And I would have started cranking out box sets like the orcs. I would have had all the different orcs put on sprues, you know, like a leader orc, a mage orc, and then assorted warrior orcs put on sprues, and then 20 orcs for like $25 or something. I mean, as long as I didn't lose money on the project, I would have been great with it. You know what I mean? Plus, on top of that, I would have been bringing some work to Eastern Kentucky. You know what I mean? Can you imagine walking to your comic shops and there being a whole wall of miniatures named after whatever I named the company, and they were all Otherworld Miniatures prints, but in plastic, hard plastic? I think Yeah, see, I'm not starting a gaming company. I would just buy plastic injection molding plants, and not even a whole lot. I think if you had 3 going 2 shifts a day, you could probably, if you didn't like ship any of them until you build up a little bit of stockpile, and then you started shipping, you could probably keep up on it. You know what I mean? And like I said, as long as it was stayed in the black, even if it meant I paid myself like $100 a week, I'd be okay with that. You know what I mean? I'd take care of the people I hired to. I mean, I worked in a plastic injection molding shop for a year. So I do have a very minor understanding of how things work, you know. I know you got to have a mechanic that knows how to repair the presses, which is what they call the plastic injection molding stuff. And you're probably going to need, like, the big money is the guys you got to pay to cut the molds. Because to cut a mold to make a sprue or 3 sprues, however many sprues, it depends on the size of the stainless steel mold you're cutting, that can cost, 10 plus K. 10 plus K for sure. And if you look at Otherworld Miniatures, you would need, just for the orcs, you would need a mold. So it's 10K just to start producing orcs. Now, polypro plastic is cheap. Comes in gigantic 50-pound bags, and you can get any color you want, but basically they're just little pellets, because you fill the hopper up next to the press and it sucks it into the top of the press where it's superheated to liquid form, and then the mold shuts, and then the press uses thousands of pounds of pressure to push the plastic into the mold. And then it backs off. Then water runs through one side of the mold to cool it off. And then the press opens up and pins push the sprue off. Boom, it falls down at the bottom, slides out. And if you're the guy who's monitoring that machine, you pick the piece up and you look at it and make sure it's good, and you put it in a box. And once you've got a box full, you set it aside. And there's typically a guy whose whole job is to go around and pick the boxes up and put them on carts, mark them what they are, seal them up, and put them in a warehouse, right? So yes, I have a basic understanding of how it works. And I would keep the company very small. Also, Jeff, when I say winning the Powerball, I don't know where you're at, but if you win the Powerball down here in Florida, Georgia area, I mean, there's people who've won like close to $1 billion. So, I mean, granted, they got like 400 million, but I mean, we're not talking about a guy with $1 million. If I won $1 million, I'm just going to buy a moderately comfortable house on my property and put the rest into banks and 401ks and shit, and live like I am now, except with a shit ton of money in the bank. If I've got like $500 million in the bank, then I'm going to be willing to take some risks on some stuff. Like, another thing I would do is I would roll up to Necrotic Gnome, who is in England, but hey, I'll fly over to England. I've been there once. And I'd roll up on that bitch and make him an offer he could not refuse. I would buy lock, stock, and barrel all rights to Necrotic Gnome's OSC range. All of it. And then once I got it back to America and got it published in America and printed in America, the first thing I'd do is fire Exaltic Funeral and tell them to go pound sand. Because I know hate is a strong word, but I hate them bastards. So, yeah. Yeah, they do. And usually it's because they don't. Okay. Look at basketball players, right? You get these basketball players. You know the smart ones from the ones that aren't too bright. They sign contracts. They get their however many millions of dollars. Half of them end up broke, driving pulpwood trucks and shit like that. And then some of them end up great. And a great example of a guy ending up great would be Shaquille O'Neal. Because the Shaqster, when he made his money, yeah, he bought his mom a house in Windermere. You know, he dropped $1 million or something. Adios, Kyle. So he dropped $1 million or whatever on a house for his mama. And then he invested in coin car washes, laundries, dominoes, like all kinds of shit. He just really spread the money out. He invested it in incredibly smart ways, right? So now he's no longer in the NF or the National Basketball League. But it doesn't matter though. You know what I mean? Because he's making so much money off of his dominoes money that he ain't even got, you know, it's like whatever, you know. And that's because Shaq is smart. And I feel like I can say that with a little bit of confidence because I've met him. As I've said before, he used to hire one of the engineers I worked with to take him out on hunting trips and stuff. Because said engineer's side hustle, because almost everyone in fire department's got a side hustle. And his side hustle was he was a guide. You could pay him money and he'd take you out, you know, to the best places for bass fishing or boar hunting. And, you know, and he provided everything. So, you know. So Shaq hired him a lot of times because turns out Shaquille O'Neal likes boar hunting quite a bit. And he's also a big fan of largemouth bass fishing. So he'd hire my bro and my bro would take him out and run him through the swamp. You know, they had a great time. So, but no, that guy, he's business savvy. You know what I mean? He didn't go out and start wasting all his money on shit. He started investing in things that would, in the long run, give him passive income. So, yeah. Yeah. But you are right. Then there's other people that they get they sign their contract and immediately go buck wild, and the next thing you know, they're broke as a joke, and you know, standing out behind the Home Depot offering to, you know, give hand jobs for crack or something. It's just, yeah, you know. And you guys are totally, both of you who said this, or all of you who said this, are totally right too. A lot of people, if you are not a logical brained person, and to a degree, you even have to be a little avaricious about shit, you will burn through that lottery so quick, especially if you won like $3 million. And again, I don't even want to tell the story because I feel like I keep telling you guys stories and I'm like, oh, I don't want to come off as this guy that knows everything or is always trying to one up people with well, I know a guy, you know, I mean, no one likes that guy. And I am that guy sometimes. And I don't even like that guy, even though sometimes I am that guy. But I guess I'll say it anyway, right? My aunt and her husband bought a bunch of property, and they were really smart because somehow or another they figured out there was going to be a big development in this area. So they went out and bought as much property as they could invest in, tuck out all these loans and shit. And they bought the property one time at band camp. Exactly. And about a year later, the local municipality decided to buy this land that they had paid maybe $100K for, I think in the end, they got like $4.4 million. 4.4 million, right? Now you would think $4.4 million, you're done. You are done. You've won at life. Everything's awesome. No. My aunt's husband decided to build literally a mansion next to a trailer park. Like the street was all beat up and shitty. Trailer park, all low income housing everywhere. He buys a little field and builds a 3-story mansion. So stupid, right? Then he starts buying like a full-sized Humvee, 2-seat convertible Mercedes, a Corvette. I mean, like by the time it was all said and done, within 3 or 4 years, they were dead ass broke. And then they ended up getting divorced. And now he's back to working construction as a frame carpenter. And she's doing whatever she's doing. Because instead of staying in the moderately cool house they had, which was a nice house, 2,000 plus square feet, nice house, and being moderate with buying stuff. Yeah, I heard you that time. Yeah.
Have you told them your stories of trauma?
Oh, they're trying to sneak up on me. I heard you that time, though. So, yeah, you guys are totally right. I am not freaking disagreeing. I've seen it with my own eyes. Someone sells real estate, gets a shit ton of money. The next thing you know, they're buying cars they have no need to buy. And they're freaking, building houses. I mean, the house would have made sense if maybe they built it in a much, much nicer neighborhood. But the fact that they built it like basically in the ghetto was kind of a weird flex. You know what I mean? It's like you've got this, this house was like 10,000 square feet. I mean, it was massive. And it had the garage and everything was detached. And the garage he built was as big as my house. So like 2,000 square feet. And they built a fountain. So they had like one of the round driveways and they built a fountain. It was like just, every stupid thing you think that people are going to do if they ever hit the money, that's what they did. All the stupidest shit. So, I mean, so let that be a lesson to anyone within range of my voice. Don't be a dummy. If you make a bunch of money, maybe give yourself a treat. Like if you hit the lotto and the one thing you've always wanted to do your whole life was to the one thing you always want to do your whole life was maybe fly to Japan and like bang out some Chinese hookers or Japanese hookers or whatever. And believe me, there are Chinese hookers in Japan. Then maybe set aside some money for that. But then once you've done that, be done. I'm not saying you can't treat yourself, but also watch yourself. You know what I mean? Like, I know what I would buy right off the bat. If I won the money, right, I would 100% drop 40 or 50K on a Dodge Challenger Hellcat, black on black, everything, interior black, everything black. And even though I don't even drive, I would sit in the park. I would sit on my driveway and just start it and just sit in it. Because that is the dream car I've always wanted. And then all the rest of the money would get, invested into 401ks and CDs and money markets and, things that would provide a good passive income. But so, yeah, and I could be wrong. People can say, you know what? Don't listen to this guy. He's not a financial whatever, and he's not giving great advice. My response to those kind of people is, you're probably right. I'm not a financial whatever. So, yeah, do I invest heavily every year into my savings accounts and stuff so that I don't have to pay taxes? Yes, I do. But that's spitefulness, I think. One thing one of the many things my wife and I share is we both hate the idea of giving our government money at all, any money, if we can help it. So every year before tax season, we figure out our taxes, and then we figure out how much money we have to invest into our health savings plan, basically a retirement fund. And then we invest into the retirement fund, which allows us to deduct all that money and then end up sometimes even getting a little money from the IRS, which I wouldn't even care if we didn't. The main goal, though, guys, is to not pay them anything. So that's what we do. So, well, I'm nowhere near like full retirement. I am retired, but I'm still being paid by the city, the pension and everything. Between my wife, who has on occasion a couple of times now, she's put money into health savings for me. So we're getting we're getting there. We're getting there. Let's say that. We're getting there. It's not a bad situation. The worst part, and 69 Chevelle. Oh man. Yeah, beautiful. Another one besides 69 Chevelle would be a 1971 Chevy Nova. Those things were so boss, but it's got to be a 71. Some of the other ones were really cool, but yeah, it's got to be the 71. And then, like, what was it? The 66 or 67 Impala. I know that Eazy was always talking about riding down the road in his 6'4" Impala. But honestly, I like the 6'4" Impala. There's nothing wrong with it. But I'm a nerd, and I would rather have the Impala that the boys from Supernatural had than the Impala that Eazy had. Even though I've probably used more of my life listening to Eazy than watching Supernatural. That's a fact. But yeah. So '79 blue Thunderbird and pint that thing up to the T-tops. You know what would be fun if we're just talking about this, but I wouldn't do it because discipline. But a find and do up a car like Richard Petty's old what was that, Plymouth Roadrunner? That would be cool. Or find and completely trick out a badass 442. I mean, I don't know how many of you guys out there in the audience right this second are car guys, but the Chevy 442, if you know, you know. You know what I mean? If you know, you know. If you don't know, hey. No hate. It's all good. But those of you out there who know, yeah, you know. Them things were monsters. Well, that would be the first thing. But luckily, the only debt I have currently is the mortgage. And my wife pays a lot extra every month on our mortgage because she makes way more money than I do. And at the rate we're going, we bought this house about 6 years ago, and it should be paid off probably in 6 years. I mean, I think we've already paid over 100K, like well over 100K. So, and that'll be good because that'll be about when we're ready to retire. So, and then we will have no debt, you know, except for, you know, some things you're always going to have like food and stuff, but we have no car payment. We have no, a lot of the payments that a lot of people have. We don't have a bunch of debt. My wife paid off her student loans because she's not a loser. And so, yeah, I mean, neither one of us has a shit ton of hospital bills hovering over our heads, trying to make us crazy and shit like that. So we're doing pretty good. Yeah, Shark, you're 100% right about that. It's not just about being debt-free. You touched on the real thing. Being debt-free is great. Keeping expenses low is better. You know? Yeah. Well, I don't have a credit card. My bank keeps wanting to give me a credit card, and I'm like, nah. I mean, I got a debit card and stuff, so whatever, but anytime they're all like, would you like a credit card? I'm like, no. Nope, not interested. And man, they really want you to get it too. Because, I mean, you know, because I think they're hoping that you'll screw up and then they can take you to the bank. But nope. I've got my little debit card and so if I want to buy something online, I just use the debit. But and my account is rated as a black account. So, and no, I don't mean, you know, like African American. I mean like, you know, it's so I get some advantages like, and it's stupid shit they should actually get. It's so funny if you keep a certain balance, right? They give you all these perks, but all the perks they give you are perks that you're never going to really use, but that poor people who are struggling, and I'm not saying I'm not poor. I'm poor. I'm just on the upper end of being poor, you know? Like I can afford something nice every now and then, right? if I save up a little bit. Like when I bought my AR, I saved up for that thing for a long time. But then again, I'm that guy too. I probably could have bought, I could probably buy an AR every pay period if I wanted to. But that would be if I was willing to settle for the cheap ones that cost like $200. And I'm pretty sure my wife would get very upset very quick if I started spending, $200 a month just buying random ARs, right? My AR I had to save up for because one, it come in 2 different calibers, super high tech. It had, all the best shit. It has a not a Trijicon, but a knockoff Trijicon, which still costs, a shit ton of money. And of course, the chamber I chose, the round I chose, in addition to 5.56, boy, do I get made fun of by some people for this. And you guys can make fun of me too. But I chose 300 Blackout. I will say this. My shoulder is wrecked from, being wrecked. And it's sometimes, firing those 300 Blackout subsonics is a nice break from firing, like 7.62 by 5.1. Because, I mean, if I go out and fire a Remington 700 a few times, about that 10th time, I'm all like, oh, man, that freaking torn rotator cuff and the torn brachial nerves and everything running down the right side there, they're starting to hurt a little bit. But if you get like some good subsonic 300 Blackout, I mean, it's like, not only that, it's, I mean, I got my headset on. That 300 Blackout, you almost don't even hear it. It's just like, I mean, you hear it, but it's, and the second the Supreme Court rules that suppressors are legal, because I know that was on the docket. The second that they say suppressors are legal, I will be saving up some money and buying a damn suppressor. And before any of you think it's for anything shady, you're wrong. It's not for anything shady. It's just because when I go to the range, if I had a decent suppressor on my AR firing subsonic 300 Blackouts, I don't even think I would have to wear hearing protection. You know what I mean? And that's the main reason I chose what I chose. Now, is it great for a shit hits the fan situation? Yes, because the first thing I'm going to do is swap the top off, take the 300 Blackout top and set it aside, throw the 5.56 top on, good to go. Because 5.56 will be laying all over the place. You know what I mean? Legal suppression, dude, it is legal in half of Europe. Because the Europeans made the argument, and I think rightly so, some of the European countries did, not all of them, obviously, that having suppressors is actually a community good, because you're not destroying people's hearing. People who live down the street from the gun range aren't freaking out because of noise and racket and blah, blah, blah. I mean, there are so many reasons why suppressors should be allowed. I mean, logically, the reasons to allow suppressors far outweigh reasons not to. And which, again, doesn't mean it's guaranteed to happen, because I said logic and we're talking about gun laws. But that aside, yeah, I mean, if you're at a gun range, even a pistol range, Do you want to hear people firing off rounds that are rattling your freaking rib cage and giving you a massive headache? Or do you want to hear some guy a couple lanes down going, pump, pump, pump? I mean, I honestly, and maybe one of you smart guys know this and understand it. I have no idea why suppressors would be illegal anyway. Especially on a rifle. Because the suppressor on a rifle just makes the rifle even more visible. Because my rifle's already, got a 20-inch barrel and whatever, right? And now I'm going to thread on another 8-inch suppressor. I mean, you're not hiding that. And if you fire match grade like sniper rifle rounds, high velocity rounds to a suppressor, it'll rip the guts right out of that thing. I mean, you'll be done. It'll be like, well, that was nice. Remember when I had a suppressor? Because it's dead now. The second you fire any high velocity rounds to it, it's effed right in the A, right? So also to use a suppressor, you're going to need subsonic rounds so that you don't destroy your suppressor, right? Which means not only is the rifle more visible or the pistol more visible, you're actually firing a less lethal round. And it's quiet. So 300 Blackout is a really good round, especially if you want to go boar hunting. And while 223, I love my 223. I trained with the 223. You guys know the deal. I'm not going to talk shit about ARs. I'm not that guy. I'm not one of those AK versus AR purists. I like them both a lot. But 300 Blackout, you can get 300 Blackout loadouts where that thing is sending a shit ton of lead downrange. I mean, like I'd have to look up the grain weight of the projectile itself. But yeah, you're hitting hard with that thing. Even the subsonics. The difference, though, is if you're using subsonics, which is all I use, because, again, recoil, noise, etc., you're not going to engage much past 75 yards. Really. I mean, maybe, but, maybe 100 yards. But really, that's for close-in handling business. But I'll tell you, if you hit somebody at 50 yards with 300 Blackout, you may as well have hit them with a Remington 7.62, bolt action rifle, because that's about the same amount of lead you just threw at them. Just much slower, but then again, sometimes slower rounds actually deliver a whole different level of kinetic energy. It's kind of weird, right? There's a thing when you're developing firearm ammunition and shit called blow through, where, yeah, you can make a round that you can go into a rifle that'll fire like a flechette that will absolutely fly at near hypersonic crazy speeds, hit a target. But the problem is because this round is moving so fast, it over penetrates and doesn't deliver as much kinetic energy on target. So there's a balancing act there, right? That's why people say, that's the difference between 9mm, which is 36 caliber, and 45 caliber. It's not only the 0.9 of an inch or whatever involved there, right? It's the fact that you've got a bigger, blunter round, heavier, coming at you slower. And that means it is delivering full on a mass of kinetic energy. And therefore, some guys can get shot by a 9mm and it'll pass through or something. They might keep going, right? But you hit anybody anywhere in the body with a 45, they're going to lay down. That is just how it is. They're going to lay down. because that thing develops so much kinetic energy that, and here's another thing too. I don't know if there's a YouTube video about it, but we watched it in paramedic school. When a bullet hits the human body, the kinetic energy, SS milk truck has arrived. I don't even know what that is. The kinetic energy of the round literally causes damage to all of your muscle cells, organs, everything around it in a huge area. And again, like we were saying, the more kinetic energy that hits you, the bigger that area is, right? So a really, really fast 0.223 round might just whip right through you, and it's going to cause a relatively smaller, circle of trauma, right? But a bigger, slower round hits, and it's like, those of you who aren't into guns, if you want to fact check me, just go watch like Demolition Ranch or some shit firing rounds into ballistic gel. And you'll see the round hits, and you'll see that gel just swell out, and this giant shock wave running through. Oh, that's cool. I agree with that choice. Apparently, the guy, allegedly a homosexual, who was having sex with a 16-year-old boy, or 15, 16, whatever it was. I don't feel comfortable naming naval vessels after pedophiles or alleged pedophiles, either way. So yeah, name that shit something else. So yeah, I have no problem with that. But anyway, so basically, those few of you that listen to me, and I'm willing to bet all of the hardcore guys that show up to every live stream I do probably already knew all this shit, because for whatever reason, military veterans seem to like my live streams. Allegedly. I mean, does that mean he probably did it? You make up your own mind, but this is YouTube. And on YouTube, if you're going to say anything like that, especially against a certain protected group of people, you better add that allegedly in so that you don't gotta worry about, some freaking hyperactivist YouTube person that works for YouTube deciding that, you're spreading false information about, a maligned group or something, They're naming everything back. Fort Benning is now Fort Benning again. I think Fort Stewart might be Fort Stewart again. Not positive about that one, but boy, I hope so. It's like they named Fort Benning like Fort Liberty. It's like, what? Because I think because it's like I said when I came back from the Army, how I couldn't relate to anyone who wasn't basically a Gen X veteran. And even though I think I'm 99.9% over that, I think all of us that were in the military during that period and went through the things we went through and saw stuff and shit like that, there might be that tiny little bit of a thing still inside that we're like, we're most comfortable with people that know what we're talking about, like if you start talking about, kicking doors in Fallujah and the shit you went through, while I was never in Fallujah, I can at least be like, yeah, I totally, I get it, I mean, I was there too. I was in the sandbox too, maybe at a different time, whatever, but we've got we've got some commonality there that non-veterans, bless their hearts, because it's not their fault. they're just never going to understand, because war is a thing that if you've never been in it, you will never understand it. So when a veteran tells you war is hell, a lot of bad shit happens, it sucks, just take our word for it. You know, when a veteran looks you dead in the eyes and tells you they love war and they miss it, take their word for it. Yeah, the shared suffering and hardship. I mean, even though you were a Marine and I was a soldier and Jeff was a soldier and I think George might have been a soldier, Daryl, whoever. I mean, a lot of soldiers here. We all know what it's like to be soaking effing wet right down to your socks and underwear, hiding underneath a tree trying to wolf down an MRE while, you know, somebody's bitching and you've got another 10K to go. And your usually 60-pound ruck is now 80 pounds because it's soaked up all the water in the freaking planet. And your arms feel like jello from holding your M16. There is a trick. You can tuck the handle of the M16 into the belt of your LBE. Just don't get caught doing it. To take some of the weight off of the arms. Yeah, I mean, just shit like that. Watching a range instructor just literally whip the shit out of somebody on the range for acting a fool. I mean, I guarantee you, every one of us knows something about that. You know, the guy who stands up in his pit with the M16 in his hand with a magazine in it and starts looking around. And all of a sudden, some range instructor comes out of nowhere and just starts beating the shit out of him with those bronze rods they carried. Because, I mean, some people, man, that's the thing. The brotherhood, and also the fact that you better keep your freaking locker locked because, yeah, there might be brotherhood in your barracks, but you don't know which one of those pricks is a thief. The guy that refuses to take a bath, so you and your platoon have to encourage him to take a bath. And sometimes that might mean actually dragging him into the shower, stripping his ass naked and scrubbing him down with Brillo pads. I mean, you know, just typical Army shit. You know what I mean? Just typical Army shit. We've all been through some variant of it. You know, we've all had to hurry up and wait. I'm willing to bet that a lot of us have been sent around the motor pool looking for grid squares, headlight oil, you know, whatever else. You know, like the first day you arrive in unit and they send you around looking for shit. And you just wander around the motor pool for like hours trying to figure out things until some kindly sergeant pulls you aside and lets you know they're effing with you. You know, grid squares are on maps. There's no such thing as squelch oil for a radio. There's no headlight oil, you know. Hydrostatic shock. James Lowry, yep. That's what we're talking about. And that's why big, kind of slower moving rounds tend to deliver a lot more what they would call knockdown power. It's that hydrostatic shock. It's just basically the difference between firing a super fast, super pointy object into somebody and through their body versus a giant blunt object that's just going to smack the shit out of them and, you know, make them take a nap. I mean, a lot of people may not know this. I'll tell you guys a story. This story is a legend. And like all legends could be a total lie. But the legend I heard was that in World War II, the 38 caliber pistols officers were issued were so terrible at stopping Japanese banzai charges that they switched to the 45 caliber. Because apparently, according to the legend, you could shoot one of them little bastards, like empty all 6 rounds into him, and he'd run up and stab your ass in the guts. You know what I mean? Whereas if some Japanese dude jumps out of the jungle and you put a 45 into him, they lay right the fuck down. They're not going to walk through that. We used to have a saying back in the day. Hungar invented this saying, as far as I know, because he always was a 45 fan back when I was a super 9mm fanboy. In my defense, though, guys, I had an actual made in Italy Pietro Italiano Beretta 92 FS, and I loved it. And he would always say, yeah, 9mm are fine and all. But the thing with a 45 is if you shoot something with a 45 and it doesn't go down, you walk around behind it to see what's holding it up. And that's what Hungar told me. And I'm like, damn, you know. Yeah, that rings true. You hit something with 45, it's laying down. I mean, you know. Well, I should say hit a man with a 45. I don't know how you're going to do against a Cape Buffalo with that thing. The Cape Buffalo might bend you over and turn you into its bitch, 45 round or not, because there is a reason those things are called the Black Death, you know, in Africa. And it's not because they're super nice and friendly. Which, I mean, stream of consciousness demands that I point out again, all of the deadliest animals in the world are grass eaters. Like literally WTF. You know what I mean? When they figure out which animals kill the most people, almost every damn time it's an herbivore. Or at the far end, you could reach and say omnivore, but I mean, between Cape buffaloes, moose and deer in North America, freaking hippos everywhere in Africa and South America. No, rounds are not cheap. 300 blackout, they're like $2 a piece, man. Well, at least for the ones I get, but I get the high end, you know, match. Yeah, I mentioned the hippo. Deadly everywhere. Deadly everywhere. One of the worst animals on the planet. Hippopotamus wakes up and chooses violence every single day of the week. They are responsible for, at minimum, 500 deaths a year in Africa. They will literally attack a boat to try to pull the boat down and kill you. I mean, they're just brutal. They are worse than crocodiles. Can you imagine that? I mean, you got Gustav, right? Gustav's got a kill count 350, 400, right? But that's over decades. Hippos are taking, you know, however many people out per year, 500 a year, whatever it is. That means in 1 year, the hippos have killed more people than a giant crocodile. That does nothing but eat people. I mean, you can go on YouTube and watch videos of hippos trying to chase boats down and shit. Like you got these poor Africans, and they're out here on one of these little, like, we would call them in Kentucky, John boats. And for those of you who don't know, because I know sometimes I use words you may not know. Actually, I should ask everyone listening right now. If you know what a John boat is, let me know. Tell me you know. That's right. You're being tested. If you know what a John boat is, tell me. This is how we're going to determine who is a Southerner and who is a Northerner. in a way. In a way. And I'll just be sitting here yawning until you guys tell me what a John boat is. Shark don't know what a John boat is? Like I said, you guys are showing you guys aren't from Appalachia for sure. Or hell, most of the South. You know what? That's enough. We don't need to keep it going. I'll just tell you. A John boat is a 9 to 12 foot long, flat bottomed aluminum boat. They're typically pretty cheap. And a lot of Southerners will buy these things and put like a piece of shit trolling motor on it hooked up to a car battery. And I mean, if you ain't got a lot of money or anything and you've got like an 8 to 12 foot John boat, also they're made out of aluminum. And like I said, they're flat bottom. They got a very shallow draft. They're only about this big, right? And typically there's no chairs in them. You know, they're benches. So you're sitting on the back bench. You got your little piece of shit trolling motor that you probably bought from, you know, a pawn shop or something. An old car battery that you put on the charger. And now that's what you're using to run your trolling motor. And you just kind of tool around, right? And then if you get into an area you want to fish, you cut the trolling motor and, you know, just fish it out. But the problem with John boats is if you're in Africa in one of those little aluminum boats and a freaking hippo runs up on you, you are dead, dead, dead. Like I said, I had a relative that was in a John boat one night, got killed. They're pulling up a trot line. And they pulled a good 100 feet up. And just about then, they pulled up the head of a catfish. And the guy who survived the incident said this catfish was probably 1.5 feet from eye to eye, right? And it was on the trot line. And when its head crested, this would be in Lake Cumberland. Right? So near Burnside Island and all that. 400 feet deep. Maybe more, right? Steep cliff sides. You know the deal, right? When that catfish's head popped up and saw them, it went down. And the guy pulling the trot line up, all the line ran through his hands and he got caught by the treble hooks. Over he went. And that was the end of that. Dead. I know a lot of people used to make fun of me when they're like, is there something you fear? And I always said catfish. And they'd be like, what? Catfish? What? Why would you be afraid of catfish? And I'm like, well, because I've seen them 8, 9 feet. And I know that them bastards can eat you. And that's why I am not going swimming in Lake Cumberland. Or Cumberland River. And also Cumberland River has an average depth of like between 200, 400, or 500 feet. Ohio River has an average depth of like 40 feet. Depth of like 40 feet. So, you know, and catfish have 100% absolutely killed stupid people in Kentucky. Last time I streamed, I told you about that. Like rule number 1 for noodling in Kentucky. If you're noodling for catfish, never, ever, ever put your head below water. Because if you go dive down and reach into the rocks and reach in and you feel him and your head's underwater and it's a big one, say 5, 6 feet, which is not even that uncommon, really. If you reach in on that thing and it grabs your arm and decides to lock up in there, you're not getting out. And I mean, so while it's not like the catfish killed you, I mean, it kind of did, because it held you there until you drowned. So yeah, nobody needs that. You know what I'm saying? Nobody needs that. Yeah, you know what the scariest catfish I ever saw in river monsters was, Coco, is those ones over in like Spain and Italy. I forget what they're called, but they're actively aggressive towards humans and have been at least accused of killing children and all kinds of shit. I mean, they're weird looking too. They're weird looking. They got like, their face almost looks like a garfish or a pike, but they're catfish. They're a homeboy caught one, but he never got a giant one, but he caught a pretty big one. Now, you guys know me. I love telling legends, and I'm getting ready to end this pretty soon. So I'm going to tell you another legend of Appalachia, except as far as I know, this is absolutely true. Back in like late 70s, before people thought about things like safety and, guardrails and shit like that, at least in Kentucky, a young girl about the age of 9 or 10 or whatever got a bit too close to the edge of the Cumberland Falls, messing around, slipped off the rocks down the falls. Boom, right? Now, the Cumberland Falls is a pretty big waterfall. It's not the biggest, but it's pretty big. And they immediately called out the divers, right, to go under that water and try to recover the body. Yeah. Some people just call them aluminum boats. We call them John boats. I don't know why. Maybe because somebody named John introduced them. I mean, it's the mountains. Weird shit happens, Whatever. Divers went under there looking for the missing girl. And as the legend goes, after about 25 minutes under or so, they came back up and said they weren't going back in again. And when they were questioned on that decision, the divers all agreed that there were catfish down there about the size, lengthwise, of a train car. And that's going to be 25, 30 feet. And I think maybe less. And all of the divers unanimously agreed that that girl was never going to be recovered. So, Melungeon stock. Are you talking about the people that were there way before America? The ones that are kind of going extinct now because they've been kind of absorbed? I never met any of them, but the first time I heard tell of them, I thought it was an incredibly interesting thing. And for the rest of you guys who don't know what we're talking about, if we're talking about the same thing, Spain decided to land in the Carolinas, what would become the Carolinas. I don't know what they called it. And they had this whole big band of idiots wandering around trying to find, gold or something, right? And there were a lot of slaves, some African, some not. and sailors. And apparently the leader of this expedition was a real asshole. And over time, he managed to piss off most of the slaves, even some of his own soldiers, and they ran off. And after they ran off, the Spanish guy, he just left, the leader of the expedition. He's like, well, F this. And he bailed out, right? These European and African people, mestizos and whatever they were, right? They met the Cherokee in the region and integrated, kinda. Because where they didn't integrate is in the way they constructed their homes and stuff, right? So when the original European settlers, and it's funny saying original because they weren't the original ones, when they crossed the Cumberland Gap into Appalachia, they were finding old ass houses that were built in the European style. And people who were speaking like a weird hybridized language that was kind of part Spanish, part Cherokee, had even a little bit of African influence in it. So these people become what William said, right? And for the longest time, they kind of were like, I don't know, isolationist a little bit. But now they've pretty much integrated in with the rest of Appalachian society. So, before long, sadly or not sadly, depending on how you feel about it, they will probably just be a footnote in history, like, a whole, at one time, this kind of crazy thing happened. And so, yes, hundreds of years before the first Anglos crossed the Appalachian Mountains to settle that region, there were already other Europeans there. Well, Jeff, everyone knows that the Nephilim either had 6 fingers or toes or 3 fingers or toes. It depends who you talk to. And yes, it is a super interesting thing. Jackson Whites didn't really integrate. Well, I mean, in the modern day, if we're still talking about the in the modern day in Kentucky, North Carolina, Tennessee, all of those people have pretty much just peacefully been absorbed into the rest of Appalachia because I mean, it's not like the original Anglo settlers were going to be like super racist towards them. I mean, because in the mind of like someone like Daniel Boone, these people living up there were Europeans. You know what I mean? Maybe they might have mixed in a little bit, but at the end of the day, they're Europeans, right? So it's not like, the settlers are going to be like, F those guys, I don't think there was a lot of racism there. I think it was just two cultures that were a little bit different. Yeah, biblical giants. Yeah, they either had 3 or 6, or maybe giants had 3, but Nephilim had 6. I know they also say that biblical giants and Nephilim had red hair. I don't know if that's 100% true, but I mean, so based on, and you don't got to go with the Bible. You can go with like, what's his name? The guy, Babylon. You can look into Gilgamesh and, have all kinds of crazy shit. And then if you really want to get nuts, read up about Celtic giants. And when I say Celtic, guys, I mean Irish. Because the Celtic giants were nuts. Like, some of them had, like, if they looked at you, you died. Some of them had multiple arms, mismatched body parts, scorpion tails. I mean, Celtic giants were truly monstrous. The Fomorians, they were a mismatched bunch of, they were giants, but like nothing about their bodies was symmetrical. So you'd have a Fomorian and they might have their head and have another face growing out of a neck, and then their eyes be different sizes and all kinds of crazy shit. The Welsh just gave you the side, James. Jackson White. So they're like Melungians, but not. All right. The Welsh just gave you the side. Welsh. The Welsh. My mom was a hairdresser for many years. One of her customers that was a regular was an older Welsh lady who was married to a British man. And what was kind of hilarious is she would always tell my mom when they were going back to the UK to visit relatives. And my mom would always ask her, so what are your husband and you going to do in Wales? And she would always say, my husband never comes to Wales with me. And I don't know if things have changed since then. I mean, that would have been the 90s. But apparently there was a time in, world history where if you were British, your ass did not go to Wales. But the wife and the kids were more than welcome to go visit their family in Wales. I personally don't get it, but hey, whatever. To quote myself and also Lopan, I was not brought upon the earth to get it. It was surprising to me that the Welsh would be so prejudiced and hateful towards the British. But then again, when you look at the history of the region, it gets a lot less surprising. It's like it seems weird that they would be so mad, but wait a minute. Yeah, they're a conquered people, and maybe some of them still hold some grudges, so I mean, the Irish still hold grudges, and how long has that shit been? Yeah, Fomorians were the absolute. I mean, Baelor was the king of the Fomorians, who apparently lived in a glass castle somewhere off the coast, maybe even underwater. And he had one big eye that was always closed, and a small Fomor would ride on his shoulder with a big like hook thing to open his eye. And if he looked at you, you just died. You know what I mean? But when he tried to use that power, Lulambada, the god of crafts and etc., used a staff sling. And I'll be honest, I don't really know what a staff sling is, but okay. And slung a rock at him that went into that big poison eye and knocked it out the back of his head. And when it fell on the ground from the back of his head, it fell on the ground in such a way that it was looking at his army. So it killed like the whole front rank of the Baelor's army. I would say that is some weird ass shit. But yeah, they're in some of the old lore. I think 4E had them there for a minute. See, and again, I'll stand by this, even though I know a lot of people will disagree. 4E had some of the best lore ever written for D&D, right? And one of my favorite things about 4E was the chain god Torog. And I think Torog was somehow affiliated with the Fomor. But Torog was an evil god that got bound into the Underdark. And he had enchantments placed on him so that he could never find his way out. But that didn't stop him from just ripping gigantic tunnels through the Underdark as he tried to find his way out. Hello, John Galt. So that's how they explained the Underdark. It was because the evil god Torog had been chained there. Yep. Fomorians and Sajkan. Yeah, 4E had like not the greatest system, but absolutely. And the guy who did it still works at Wizards of the Coast, but we'll see how long that works. Is a guy named James Wyatt. And James Wyatt was absolutely a master when it come to the lore. Like his book on Hell, where he describes, Dagon living in the ocean and all the different shit, was actually one of the better descriptions of the infernal planes, right? But at some point, some big brain at Wizards of the Coast decided to take James Wyatt off of D&D and make him go write for Magic the Gathering. Now, hopefully he made a lot of money doing that. And since then, they have brought him back to the D&D side of the house now that they've basically fired everyone else worth of shit. So we'll just have to see what actually happens with that. There is a creature, a hill giant, not a Fomorian, a hill giant that has a gigantic rhinoceros beetle. Yes, that is a fact. The Fomorians in the Lost Tombs, I think there's like 2 or 3 of them, and they're just hanging out waiting to beat the shit out of things. And yep, Shark, you're 100% right. Which I said all that already, but I love being agreed with. So, you know how people say, the saying, flattery will get you everywhere. That is especially true with me. Of course, I don't like to be agreed with when I'm wrong. But when I know I'm right, having somebody agree with me just backs up the fact that the people I'm talking to are not idiots. And I do not like to waste my time arguing with idiots and fools any more than I have to. You know what I mean? It's just a thing. Well, they should have, they had to prioritize Magic because 4E had just flopped. 5E was in development. And whether people know this or not, D&D for Wizards of the Coast is like the WNBA. It doesn't exist on its own merits. It exists because Magic the Gathering makes so much money that they can basically spend it on projects for D&D without fear of whether or not those projects will ever turn over a single dollar of profit. Yeah, right. Like during the dark age of technology and after, before the Emperor rose up and unified the earth, when the techno barbarians and mutants and demons and shit were running around duking it out. I mean, absolutely. But yeah, the original thing I said, yeah. Dungeons and Dragons, whether the D&D people who work on it want to admit it, and I understand why they don't want to admit it, but it is the welfare charity case of Wizards of the Coast. Magic the Gathering is the big, Kazakhstan Chad of Wizards of the Coast, And I can say that with authority as somebody who spent many years as a competitive DCI Type 2 Magic player. I mean, I know what it's like to save up money so that you can buy 3 boxes of every set minimum as they come out. Not count any specific singles you might need. Because every time a new box comes out, I mean, obviously you're going to have to rebuy all your shit because, that's just the way it is, right? So, like, you got to spend 3 months playing your badass Orzhov deck, but now one set cycled out and there's a new set coming in, and, half the cards that you love to play so much are now no longer legal. Blah, 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 etc., etc., etc. You get what I'm saying? And it's like, really? That sucks. But it is what it is. You know what I mean? And that is why Magic makes money. There were guys that I would go to Friday Night Magic for, like, constructed and stuff like that games, because my local comic shop had the deal where you paid, like, I don't know, $15 to enter, and then you would get 3 booster packs or some shit like that. Plus, land was just laying around. So, and you would make a 45 card deck draft, right? And then you'd play it out, and the winner of the whole deal might win a box of cards, right? But that's just the background. The meat of the story is there were guys there who literally, remember that from Saturday Night Live? Literally, would buy a case of Magic cards every time a set was released. Not 1 box, not 2 boxes, not 3 boxes, a fucking case which I think is 5 or 10 boxes. I don't even know. We're talking about guys dropping $1,000 every 3 months, right? And then doing that for years. And that's not counting the hanging out in store with a little money burning a hole in your pocket. So you pick up a couple of booster packs or something. That's not even counting that. That's just straight up, I got nothing better to do. I guess I'll throw a handful of cash at some Magic the Gathering cards over here, right? You're all better now? Yes. Yeah, supposedly, Shark, there's the exact same thing in the American Southwest. But people kind of keep that shit hidden. I don't know why, but apparently they're afraid that, it's weird. You know how you hear people talk about big pharma, big tech, big this, big that? I heard somebody say this the other day. And by the other day, I mean anytime between yesterday and 10 years ago. And I never really gave it much thought. I think I might have been talking to Raven. And whoever it was, they mentioned a thing called big history, big archaeology. And I remember being like, but in my mind, I didn't say anything really, but I was like thinking about it in my mind, like like, okay, what is this, right? What are we talking about here, right? But now I think I understand the idea of big history, big archaeology. I think it has to do with, over the years, these archaeologists have built their theories on whatever. And now that has become, and I hate to even use the word because it's a word very special and near and dear to my heart, the things that they built their ideas on have become the orthodoxy of archaeology. And of course, I hate to use the word because I'm Orthodox, and I don't like using the word Orthodox in a negative way. But yeah, we got Satya popping in from Finland. It's probably the morning. He's probably getting ready to go to work. And what you end up with then is the possibility, this could all be complete and total bullshit. I will say that right off the bat. But the possibility that there are people out there who have a vested interest in hiding anything that goes against the pre-established orthodoxy, like giants in the Southwest. If they were to accept that there were giants in the Southwest that were red-headed, six-fingered beasts that ate the natives, and the natives had to fight a war against them, because this is what the Navajo talk about. If you listen to the stories of the Navajo elders, they'll tell you all about these red-headed cannibalistic bastards, right? My question is, why? I mean, as a scientist, you would think, first and foremost, the goal is ultimately truth, right? And you follow the truth no matter where the truth leads you. But the more I talk to certain people who, whatever, the more I'm starting to understand that might not be the case. That there might, in fact, be people involved in these fields of study who are not only searching for the truth, but are actively hiding it and besmirching and belittling anyone who dares question their timeline, their archaeology. Now, I can't prove a single thing I've just said to you. All I can tell you is, that's the impression that I get. And that's the impression that I get. Yeah, but we pretty much know, George. Some of them went across the Arctic and some of them went across the Pacific. Like, we now know that the theory that Asiatic people crossed through the Arctic and then over time found their way to South America is bullshit. Which anybody with eyeballs would have known that anyway. It's like, oh, do you got eyeballs? Because if you have eyeballs, you'll notice that North American native, I hate to even call them natives because they're not. They just beat us here by a few thousand years. But the North American Amerindians are totally distinct from South American Amerindians. Totally distinct. They have entirely different language groups, entirely different cultures. They're genetically different. And then if you look at technology, right? The North American Indians really never developed more technology than they absolutely just needed to survive. Whereas you get into Central and South America and they're building, 100,000-ton stone heads and cities in the middle of swamps. And, they've got all this technology, right? And I would point out, I don't think that it's a coincidence that a lot of the Olmec, Toltec, Aztec, who never called themselves Aztec, they called themselves the Mexicali. I don't think it's a huge coincidence, guys, that those dudes had the technology they had and worshiped the gods that they did, while the Amerindians were just totally different, just totally different. Comparing North American and South American Indians is like comparing Central Europeans to Central Africans. It's not a matter of who's superior to who. It's just to point out the drastic differences. And there are some drastic differences that scientists, for some reason, tried to hide forever. But unfortunately for them, with computers and technology and the fact that anybody with a little bit of time can literally look up just about anything, and think about it and start making up their own opinions, that I think has been a big killer for, as we're calling it, big history. Because 20 years ago, all you had was, the only thing you had was books written by big history and the teachers who taught it. But now you can go on and you can listen to the stories of people who have spent, 40 years of their life trying to run down all these different things, And then as a human being with hopefully a rational brain able to discern between, lies and truth, you can try to determine, what you believe is the truth or not. And yes, George, yes. 100%. One of the things that every Mesoamerican culture has in common, from Southwest North America all the way down to the tip of Pangea, is they all worship demons. Every single one of them. Their gods were straight up demonic entities. And they did incredibly horrible, weird ass shit. But you know who else did all that? Like 3/4 of the Polynesians, you know? Like when we met the Maori, they were straight up cannibals. The Polynesians on Hawaii were cannibals. Like the luau, when they talk about taking banana leaves and digging a hole and putting a pig in the ground, they didn't have pigs when they developed luau's. They didn't have any big animals on that island. So the original luau was they killed somebody, maybe from a neighboring island, drugged the body back to their island, and then shoved him full of hot rocks and shit like that, wrapped him in banana leaves and stuck him in the sand for however long it takes for, a human body to cook. The Hawaiians themselves were absolutely cannibals. The actual Polynesian Hawaiians. Yeah, they were cannibals. All of them were. All of the Polynesian island guys were cannibals. Now, Aborigines, which have basically F all to do with actual Polynesians, I don't know if they were cannibals or not. I've never heard of them being cannibals, but I will admit to my extreme ignorance whereas it comes to cannibalism. Yeah, that's the thing they do, John Galt, is they would take the animal and butcher it, and by animal I mean human, take all the organs and things out, and then they would shove the body cavity full of really, really hot volcanic rocks that they had heated in a fire. And then they would have those same super hot rocks like in the pit. And then they would wrap the body up in many, many layers of banana leaves, and they would put it down into the pit, and they'd bury it with sand. And then they'd leave it there for like 8 hours. And by then they carefully would dig it up and pull it out and carefully remove the banana leaves, lay them out, and you would have this succulently slow cooked meat there that the whole tribe could get around and, grab some of it, great times, that's what they did. Oh yeah. This is an issue I had to, and I hate it. I take no pride or pleasure in it when I have to do this, but I had to completely I had to basically tell my mom that she was full of shit once. And I don't like doing that because I love my mama. My mama is the best. But like a lot of hippies of her generation, she had somehow got it into her brain that the Native Americans were like these noble savages. You know what I mean? Yeah, see, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Got mana, right? That's exactly what I'm talking about. Shark. And like I said, my mom had to be disarmed of her. And of course, I was gentle about it, disabused. That's the word I was actually looking for, because I thought it would make me sound smarter. But then I forgot the word. You know what? Reading is super awesome. People should read. But I am thinking, now that I've hit my age, no, I do not have Alzheimer's. My bad memory has nothing to do with illness. I just think I've read too much. Because the problem is, I have read so many things, and a lot of them were drastically different. Like between reading textbooks that had to deal with, the field of science that I was studying, for medic and paramedic and all that shit, and then reading textbooks and training for all of the, between reading hard sci-fi, biology books. Yes, I read that asshole in England's book, and I thought he's full of shit. What's his name? The guy that for a minute said that people should make fun of Christians, but then immediately took it back when he realized that he's going to get some of his fellow atheists' asses whipped. Dawkins. I don't like Dawkins at all. Now, the other atheist, I can tolerate him, Chris or whatever his name was, mainly because at least he's got a good sense of humor about shit and he doesn't come off like an arrogant prat. But Dawkins comes off like an arrogant piece of shit. So I don't like him. But anyway, now that I've went off track a little bit, yes, I had to disabuse my mother of the idea that the Native Americans were a bunch of peaceful, awesome people that were just all hanging out, sharing the land, living in giant hippie communes, and basically, loving on the animals and somehow being vegan, etc. Until the evil white man came. And I heard she said all the same shit. The Native Americans didn't even know about land ownership. And I'm like, they were at constant war with each other over land ownership. For real. It's like, and I'm not even judging the Native Americans, like the Indians. I'm not judging them harshly. Shit, genetically, I come from some of the most violent, conquering, rampaging, struggle cuddling people on the planet. So it's not like I'm sitting over here being like, look how superior and civilized my people are. When people try to argue that orcs are black people, like Africans, my response on X the last time that blew up was, actually, if you think about, orcs are way more like ancient Celts or Germans. They live in tribes. They devote most of their time to making armor and swords and shit. And they just constantly raid and grape everyone around them nonstop because that's just what they do. And I will challenge you guys. Hopefully, maybe you can prove me wrong, but honestly, can you name an African tribe that developed mail and weapons and spent the majority of their time just literally rampaging across the lands they lived in, graping every female they could find and doing terrible shit to the males, up to and including sacrifice and eating? The answer, for the most part, is going to be no. Even the Zulus weren't that bad. You know what I mean? The Maasai were not that bad. You get what I'm saying? But if you look at the shit the ancient Celts and the ancient Germanic people got into, that was some murderous shit. You know what I'm saying? And now modern day people will say, were the Romans just all sociopaths that they put up with how evil their society was? And my answer to that is the 40K answer. I mean, Rome was surrounded. If you think the Romans were evil, look at every culture around them. You know what I'm saying? Like, every culture around Rome was at least as bad as Rome, if not worse. And the majority were much worse. So it's like, yeah, get out of here with that shit. Nobody's got time for all that. So what am I saying? I'm saying orcs were never based on Africans. They were probably based on barbaric Europeans and quite possibly Huns or Mongols. And if they were based on those groups, it was because those groups were vicious and successful at being vicious. Right. Blood for the blood god, exactly. Even though that's, a little bit of a different thing, but still. I mean, I don't know. Grumpsh might be the god of, bloodletting. And therefore, Greyhawk orcs would be screaming blood for the blood god, blood for Grumpsh. I mean, I know their priests pull their eyes out, or at least one of them, so that, they can be more like Grumpsh. But yeah, any of these guys, though, they're trying to tell you that orcs are coded African. Just tell them, no, you're wrong. They're coded Germanic, barbarian. That's what they're coded. That's what it is. It's not, I mean, if it's racist against anyone, I guess it's racist against Europeans and quite possibly Mongolians and Huns and Pechnig and whatever. I mean, in Warhammer, in Lord of the Rings, orcs are not green. Their skin ranges from sallow to yellowish to black, depending on the breed, because, of course, their Dark Master and later Sauron were constantly experimenting, doing some eugenic shit to try and see if they could make the best orc possible. So yeah, it's like, no. Yeah, orcs in 40K are basically lovable soccer hooligans who, I don't know if they're competitive now, but they generally never have been, but are a huge degree of fun to play. I put together an orc army. Unfortunately, most of it's getting sold Saturday. A guy hit me up on my Facebook thing, and he's going to give me $500 for it, for some stuff. Because I told you guys, I'm getting rid of my 40K shit. I'm not playing 40K anymore. I might be able to get talked into playing Battlefleet Gothic, obviously, or Manowar, which I consider the best game Games Workshop ever made. And I'm not getting rid of my Imperial Guard army, my Kriegsmen, because, I mean, that shit took a long time to put together and paint and stuff. So, no, the Krieg stays. But my Mordian Iron Guard, Catechins, Cadians, and even still Legion, those guys are probably gone. Eventually. Eventually they'll be gone. It'll be like, yep, gone. And that's fine. Now, I'll keep the Corpsmen, the Death Corps, because in 30K, I can always sub them in as just, planetary defense forces. And I think the look of them fits that somewhat, maybe a little bit. So, yeah, I'll do that. But, I mean, honestly, guys, the reality is I'm just too attached to my Death Corps of Krieg guys. I worked way too freaking hard putting them together. And I just don't think I could bear to part with them currently. And honestly, I know you guys. You guys are cool guys. And I bet you 100% you understand that. You know? At least I like to think you do. But, you know, I like to think the best of people when at all possible. So, yeah. So I definitely think you guys understand where I'm coming from. Even if I never play my Death Korps of Krieg army ever again in a million years, I'm still not giving it up. Now, I am selling all of my vehicles, my Baneblade, 4 Knights, 2 Armigers, like all kinds of shit, right? That's all going too. But the beauty of my Death Korps of Krieg army is didn't use any vehicles. It was all just freaking infantry. No, I usually don't. When I get done streaming, which I said I was going to do for a few hours, you know, whatever. See, I'm already starting to wind down. Usually right now I'd be laying in bed, staring at the wall and not tired at all. But right now, after talking to you guys for a little while, I'm freaking like, starting to get pretty tired. And my hope is when I get done with this, I'll be able to roll into the old bedroom, flop my ass down on the bedroo, and go to sleep, which would be absolutely beautiful for me. Just not, yeah, I know. You heard the joke. Ha 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 ha. Funny jokes. This guy, look at this guy over here. He's got jokes. He got jokes. You got jokes, George? And now every time I see that neighbor, she's always laughing at me. Literally, she's always like, she visited us a month ago, a couple weeks or a month ago, and like she saw my boots and everything laying there, and she was just like, there they are. And I was like, there it is. And she just started laughing. Like now that she knows it's me, she would never dream of calling the cops. But I don't know. I think it's because she's German. She's a German woman that married a black soldier. They've been together forever, got kids and everything, you know, doing great. I love Eli to death. He is a good guy, right? I think he was a tanker, but I'm willing to forgive him for that. You know, just because those guys saved our ass so much. And I guess Europeans have a totally different outlook on guys in full, you know, gas masks and the whole gear just showing up to knock at the door. Oh, if you're wondering what I'm wearing a gold olive leaf thing. Why? Because I'm declaring myself Emperor of the universe, and no one can stop me. So that yeah, I mean, I can't be mad at her. I mean, I could, but I mean, what would it help? Nothing. So I just gotta remember that in the future, if I dress 100% up in my Death Korps of Krieg shit, rifle with bayonet and the whole 9 yards, and I'm wheezing like Darth Vader when I walk up and knock on a door, unless they know I'm coming and I'm wearing a costume, be careful. Because some people will freak out and call cops. And then there you are. There you are. Actually, there I wasn't, because even though the cops came into the neighborhood at first to look, as soon as they got the picture of what they were looking for, they called it off. And the reason is that, I mean, I know a lot of the cops around here, at least I used to. I worked with them, you know? I mean, if you work any length of time as a firefighter, you're going to be working side by side with cops. It's just the way it is. We even nickname them Blue Canaries, because, you know, they wear blue and we let them go in first to see if they die. And it's like, I know for a fact a lot of the cops I worked with, and by a lot, I mean some, played 40K. Like some of the firefighters played 40K. You know what I mean? So what I think happened is there was that minute where everybody's like, oh, there's cops all over the neighborhood looking for some guy running around with a rifle. And then I think one of the cops looked at the picture and was like, dudes, really? This is obviously a cosplay thing. And then the other guys were probably like, oh, okay. And then they all left because they're like, I'm not going to waste our time running through this neighborhood looking for a cosplayer. Well, here is how I beat that. What you're talking about, Shark. And I have literally no qualms about it. I can show you how I beat Games Workshop ending my favorite game. And again, I still need to finish painting this. That's how I beat Games Workshop ending my favorite game. Ah, damn it. And the mask broke off, which is easy. I just need to glue that back on. But anyway, this is how I dealt with it. I 3D printed my own ships because there are creators out there on My Mini Factory. Let me put some glue on this real quick. On My Mini Factory and Cults and Thingiverse, etc., that are currently like either selling or straight up giving away for free STLs for all of the old miniatures. Good night, George. Sleep tight. Yes, it's getting there, isn't it? So it's like, yeah. And if somebody's like, you should feel bad for counterfeiting or whatever you would call it, 40K miniatures, I'll tell that person to get F'd in the A, because do you know how much? I own one, a metal one. A metal Bretonnian galleon will go for like $100+, right? Or I do still have my metal galleon though. Or though, I can download the galleon, which looks identical to the metal one, and 3D print it for about 7 cents worth of resin. Catch you later, William Sova. Yeah, we're getting it's getting a little late. 1 a.m. here on the East Coast. I know a lot of you guys gotta be up to work. See, I'm lucky that I'm retired, so I can sit here and ramble on for a little bit. So, like, let me show you something. This is not complete, obviously, because I have not chosen what class of battleship it is, which means I haven't put the weapons in it, right? And I haven't put the dorsal guns or antennas, whatever's going to be here, right? This costs me probably less than 50 cents to print out. And it's even got like the cool eagle and, you know, right? Look up Imperial Battleship like on eBay for like a real one, a metal one. And once this guy's painted up, you won't even be able to tell them apart. That's the thing. because the people who are putting these ships out are basing the designs on the actual ships. So they look just like, you know? And then again, people are like, oh, blah, blah. And it's like, you know, back when Games Workshop had they had like the Bits place, and they had the place where you could buy all of the specialty games. I 100% supported them. Like if I wanted a Warhammer, Man of War, anything, I always went there to buy the thing, even though it meant I was going to have to wait forever because the store was like basically, all right, so that's good. Nice. See? So back to good. This is the old resin I was using, which is brittle. The new resin I use, twice as expensive, 10 times as strong. And I've been building these, and I'll give you a shot of it. See what you think. So you guys know what that is. That's a Roman gladiator. Because my Scipio Africanus, I mean, I can't have him wandering around without like a Roman legion, right? Because here I have one of the greatest generals of all time, Scipio Africanus. Maybe equal to Julius Caesar. Maybe better. I don't know. I mean, I've read up on Caesar a little bit more and studied him. Yeah, the guy was definitely a genius when it comes to warfare. And besides that, I think Shark just wore me down. I'm just tired of arguing about it. See, here's the thing, Shark. A Mars 2 Pro is literally 8 inches by 8 inches footprint. So unless your garage is like a hoarder garage and you're just saving old National Geographics and shit like that, if you are really serious, you can find a space for it. And they're cheap now. They're cheap now. They're just like the Mars 2 or 3 Ultra 12K blah 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 is like under $200. The Mars 2 Pro, which I used for years before I upgraded to the Saturn, you know, hundreds of bucks. I mean, because it's like computers, it's like anything, you know. The first Mars printer I bought from Elegoo cost $400, and it was a Mars, so a little one. Then the Ultra come out, and it was $200 less than that one, and it's just all the way down the line, right? So, I mean, yeah, an Elegoo Mars series. Let me look real quick so that I can give you some actual, maybe possibly useful information. My jarhead brother. Let's go to Elegoo. Now, some people like other things like Creality and stuff like that, and there's nothing wrong with that. Of all the 3D printers I've used, I can tell you right now, Elegoo is like so easy to set up and just have going, you know. Where some of them are a little bit more difficult because you really got to tune them in, you know what I mean? But let's see. That's okay. The Saturn, which is a relatively big device, it's about a 12-inch by 12-inch footprint, and it's maybe a foot and a half tall. So that's if you want to build some really big shit, right? That guy you can get for $279, which is actually pretty good. The Mars 5 Ultra resin 3D printer in 9K with a 7-inch mono LCD. That's actually a big print surface. High speed printing at 150 millimeters an hour. That's pretty good. AI smart camera, Wi-Fi transfer, auto leveling. Printing size is 6x3x6. So what that means is if you wanted to print out, say, BattleTech figures, you could print about 8 of them out on that build plate. That's $280. And these are the high-end ones I'm talking about here. These aren't like, the older versions, When you start getting into like the, Mars 3, Mars 4, things like that, then all of a sudden it's like, wait, you mean I can buy a 3D printer for like $120? Yes. And then depending on the resin you use, like me, I always say go with water rinsable resin. It's just easier to deal with, right? But I still make sure I have a lot of isopropyl alcohol online so that I will actually rinse my miniatures. Like here's this water rinsable gray miniature. It's somewhat flexible. It's tough. It's great for pieces you're actually going to handle. See, drop that, cells don't break off, right? It's a little more expensive, but I think it's worth it. Rinse it off completely with the water. Put it in your little cleaning station with the water. That rinse. Pull it out. Put it in a little tub, and I end up using, I'll show you right now, a lot of times I end up using the lids from Chinese restaurants. Because, one of the best things about ordering from Chinese restaurant is they give you like a free bowl with a lid on it. Put whatever you printed in that and spray it down with 99% isopropyl alcohol out of a spray bottle. Just, you're not trying to soak them, just mist them up really good. Make sure they're wet, but make sure you get all around them. Yeah, Daryl. And then let set for a couple of minutes and run it under the water again. And you will see like a shit ton more resin run off of that thing. And then all of a sudden, that detail starts really popping. Because, you know what I mean? Yeah, if you've already got all the miniatures you're ever going to need, then yeah, you don't, The main thing I love about owning a printer, I'll tell you, is terrain. I love, see, there's a hole in the bottom where it's hollowed out. I love being able to print all these weird little gadgets so that if I want to play a game, like I made this, and this thing here is the one thing I put together that's actually a solid piece. And as you can see, it's an airlock. You've got the outer airlock, inner airlock, and these things in the middle here. Those are going to have, I need to paint them first and then paint these. They're going to have hanging vac suits in them, right? So anytime you enter a station or a ship, you're going to go through something like this. So I decided this was worth making. Now, if you're wondering why I went with the lower walls, because it's easier to move figures around instead of in a place that has the right size walls. And another thing I did, which I can show you, even though it means I got to move a couple things. I think I showed you guys this. Winding down a little bit, but let's show this off. I'm actually a little proud of it. I took an old, I believe this was for a high-end keyboard, the Predator. I think so. And you can see I've got paint on it. but I 3D printed these Starship tiles, right? So this is my UDT for Sci-Fi, Gamma World, 40K, whatever. So if I'm playing the game with the players and they say that their ship is going to, lock with whatever they're exploring, I could just set this however I want, boom, on the table. And now they see the area they actually have to worry about. And then because I have these, I've shaded just walls, I can just run walls however I want to make any room I want. And then when they've moved on, I can just pick this stuff up and put it aside and build new walls. And then also I've got a bunch of stuff like a stack of beds. So, if I want to build a bedroom on this thing to represent a, like a barracks area, all I got to do is run some walls and split them and then put beds and showers and stuff in each bedroom area. Boom, done. Furry spaces. We don't do any furry spaces. Sorry. I think I could if I wanted, because in Traveller 2300, in one of the books, they do talk about some of the uplifted species that you can play, like an uplifted ape. But I don't know how I feel about it. So now the best thing is this box I showed you, though, the UDT, has a lid. And that means I can take all of these pieces that I'm painting that are terrain pieces, and I can drop them on the inside of this damn thing, put the lid on it, and be like, yeah, done. Now, I've also been using a lot of this Starship Gray speed paint color just because I kind of like the way it comes out. And this is a triple bunk. So I'm going to do all of the actual structure in Starship Gray, but the blankets and stuff I'm probably going to do in green, representing the fact that in the military we got green wool blankets. Talking about the spongy material that holds the miniature. Yeah. I mean, I guess I could have filled this thing up with that, but I have so many, and I mean so many, like 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So not counting whatever might be in the garage, 10 here of these. And I don't know if you guys can see, but yeah, there's nothing good in there. It's mostly slashers and leapers. There's a couple of other things. Plus, when I angle it like that, you can see the flag that I'm looking at all day long. All day, every day, you can see. You're like, I wonder what's behind James's computer. Well, now you know. The imperial flag of Byzantium. And I'll tell you what, Jeff's a good guy, or not Jeff, Shark's a good guy, but he did talk some shit about Byzantium. So, I don't know. Secret Muslim over here. Talking shit about the kingdom of God. Of course, I'm joking. Partially. I think the big thing with that is just people who are non-Orthodox Christians don't understand the level of weird that us Orthodox Christians can get when it comes to Byzantium. I built one, remember? I got pictures of it. My Slavic village, it's completely surrounded by palisade walls. It's got the Russian style log towers scattered around. There's an Orthodox church in the village. Yeah. I mean, I got pictures of it on my YouTube, I believe. So yeah, if you haven't seen it, look at it. I mean, you know. Now the fun part when I get done painting a lot of these pieces is going to be putting blood spatter all over. Because, and it's late, so I know none of my players are watching. And to be honest, I doubt those assholes ever watch my videos anyway. And I mean that with all the love that it sounded like. Yeah, I 3D printed a shit ton of necromorphs out. And the next game we're playing is 2300. All the characters have been built. Of course, one of the players had to be an idiot, so I'm going to laugh when he dies. But then again, that's what he wanted to do, so I'm going to let him do it. Somehow, at some point, let's just say these guys are going to encounter necromorphs. It's going to happen. I'm thinking they will be hired by some kind of Earth Corp and given a ship to take them to a location that's secret. This will be the ship. And when they get there, they will find an incredibly massive ship. It might be named like the USS Trump or something like that. Because, you know, this is happening in the American arm. And then when they go on it, well, if you've ever played the video game, you know the kind of freaky shit that's going to go down, you know. Right. So, yeah. And some people might be like, well, that's not very creative. And my response is, you are correct, sir or ma'am. Night, Jeff. Sleep tight. I'm getting ready to be not far behind. I'm just finishing up a little painting. But yeah, all I would respond to somebody that said that that's not very creative is, yeah, very astute of you, not very creative at all. Can't argue. Can't argue that point, sir. Because creativity has never necessarily been the thing that I most go for in any role-playing game. Even when I'm creating my own settings, what I go for is fun, interesting, perhaps even a little shocking. And I will steal ideas from literally any source if I feel like that source offers a really good idea. So, yeah, if somebody's like, oh my God, you're just stealing their idea. I mean, I am shameless. I will say yes. Yes, I am. And you know why? Because I can. No one can stop me. And if my players have a great time getting murdered by giant, weird alien mutant beasts, then everything was worth it. It was all worth it. You know. Now, don't get me wrong. I do on occasion come up with my own unique things, but Sometimes I don't. As far as now gaming miniatures are concerned, I will tell you this. There is something I'm super excited for. I don't know when it's coming. It says 2025, but we're almost a quarter of the way through that. So come on, guys. And that is Warlord Games selling 2,300 miniatures. Traveler 2,300 miniatures. And the miniatures I am most interested in getting a hold of, obviously, are the Kafir or Kafirs, if I'm just talking like the hillbilly I am. I mean, that is some exciting ass shit to me. If you've never been a huge fan of Traveler 2,300, you probably are like, huh? What's the big deal? But for me, that is a big deal. And for those of you who don't know, the Kafir are one of the best thought out aliens ever in anything. And because they're hilarious, kind of in a way, but not. They're terrifyingly hilarious. And I don't think anyone has ever made miniatures for them again or whatever. So if War Games Atlantic puts out a plastic box with like X amount of Kafirs, especially if it's a multi-part kit where you can switch out weapons and stuff, that is going to be amazing. Now, Marines are the human forces I don't really care about, waiting for Archon Studios. Well, I'm hoping they arrive there very fast, sir. Waiting sucks. But it's like, what are you going to do? You're going to make American Marines. And you know what the American Marines for 2,300 are going to look like? They're going to look identical to Colonial Marines from Aliens. That's what they're going to look like. And French soldiers are going to be wearing purple with some kind of weird lame-ass helmet. So it's like, I have these alien Marine figures that my wife bought me. And also Paps, which is a company on my main factory, sells like shit tons of just generic Colonial Marines, right? So for Earth or for America, it's just not a big deal. There's tons of stuff available. You just basically need something that looks like a Colonial Marine from Aliens 2 with a big freaking assault rifle or flamer or whatever, and you're set. And that could be your character if you have a military background, or you just buy the surplus equipment, because the M299 assault rifle is surplus equipment now. So unless your character is a criminal or, something like that, if you're out on the colony worlds, you can absolutely purchase one of those on most colony worlds, because it's dangerous out there, you never know who's going to show up for dinner. Now, if you go to the core, forget about it. If you land on Earth and you've got an M299 tucked into the cargo bay, yeah, they're going to have questions for you. Earth is super high tech, but it's also super high. Everyone on Earth, every minute of the day, is under observation. Like even in countries like America, where you're guaranteed a certain level of freedom, it can't be helped. The technology has reached a certain point to where what do you even do about it? You know what I mean? And that's just part of the issue. In 2300, if you've never looked at the system, well, the setting, because it's just Traveler, right? It's basically Blade Runner. And by basically, I mean it's Blade Runner. Earth is this big, hyper-crowded, lots of megacorps, just kind of, doing their megacorp things. And then shit tons of, wage slaves and drones making everything happen. And replicants, agents, cops, wars between different nations on Earth are not unheard of, even though for the most part they're handled by proxy wars in space. So an example of that would be if the United States went to war with, I think the United States is still not on good terms with Mexico. What did Glenn Beck do? Oh, you're just now getting to on Nefarious? The fact that I wasn't super happy to see Glenn Beck in the movie? Is that what you're on about? Because, I mean, that means you must be watching from like the future or the past or something. I will happily tell you when I know what it is you're asking, though. I mean, more than happy to tell you. I just don't understand. Yeah. Okay. Two things, James. And I mean, absolutely no insult to anyone out there, especially my bros in the audience. Take this with love. Okay. One, he's an anti-Trumper and has been for like life. He freaking does not like Trump. He was that way again this time. Hating on Trump, Trump, right? I don't care for that. And the second big thing that Glenn Beck has done, and this is one that might piss people off even more, is he's a Mormon. And as a Mormon, and I missed it. As a Mormon, their belief system, as nice as they are, and they are some very nice, kind individuals. I've lived on the Deseret Ranch. I worked there during summers as a kid. One of my bestest buddies was the son of the bishop of the ranch. Anyway, so now that I've laid out some of my bona fides, Glenn Beck is not a Christian. And neither are Mormons. Mormons do not believe in the Holy Trinity. And any religion, regardless of what they try to tell you, if they reject the Holy Trinity, they are not Christian. That is just the way it is. And, we can all pray that they will one day wake up and realize the error of their ways. And I'm down with that. I mean, I'm 100% down with, I hope they wake up and realize, oh, shit. The scripture at no point says that there's some kind of crazy Scientology style pyramid scheme where if I'm really good in this life, I can be a god in the next life and rule my own planet, blah, blah, blah. If they would, kind of step away from that, that'd be awesome. I'd love that. But the problem is no. They reject the Holy Trinity. They believe that when God, as they called their heavenly Father, came down to earth, he actually took a physical mortal form and had sex with the Theotokos, Mary. That is crazy style shit. Nowhere in any scripture does it say that. They believe that. That is like, I mean, literally, that's like, Joseph Smith, are you okay, bro? You doing all right? I mean, I know you want to have 8 wives and shit. And, you know, honestly, I could give a shit less, but, you know, because whatever. But you're literally saying that their heavenly Father, who is not God, because their heavenly Father used to be a human on another planet who was just a really good Mormon on that planet, and his reward was to be the God of our planet. And if you're good enough on our planet, you'll get to be the God on some other planet. So needless to say, it gets stupider the more you hear about it, right? And again, I should watch my words and not call it stupider. But I can definitely say it's heretical, which in Orthodoxy, saying something's heretical just means nothing more than it is not in line with Scripture, you know, and doctrine. So when you call someone heretical, it's not like, die. It's more like, what you're teaching is not in line with Scripture and doctrine as we understand it. So there. But yeah, their belief in like there being a multitude of heavens and no hell, and that the people in Mormon heaven spend all day having sex and their spirit babies fall to the earth. And if there's no pregnant woman on earth waiting to receive the spirit baby, it will fall to the earth and then wither up and die, pretty much. So you've kind of got this weird thing where it's like you've got the dead people in heaven banging nonstop to produce spirit babies. But on earth, you need to make sure that the females in the Mormon church are constantly knocked up so that the spirit babies have a place to go. And it's like, okay, so we're talking about a church that's basically built around sex. No matter how you want to put it, that's what it's built around, you know. And that goes on with the polygamy thing, and how they believe an unmarried woman can never enter heaven and all this kind of shit. It's like, okay, an unmarried woman can never enter heaven? I mean, there were saints that were women that were unmarried that were saints. So again, you know, they pretty much threw the baby out with the bathwater. Their weird belief that there was a city in New York named Cumorah that had a population of over 1 million, and that the people of Cumorah wore bronze armor and rode horses and chariots, etc., until they were wiped out by the Nephites, who were, you know, the dark-skinned people. And it's like, okay, I understand things are wild and we all have beliefs, you know, like I 100% believe in David and Goliath. And there are people out there who will probably say I'm a fool for that. And I'll be like, well, I don't care. See, I've decided we're going to have a red, what's it? And I put some skeletons near the base before I paint the base. So the Nephites, the dark people, wiped out the white people But one of the last white people, Moroni, wrote down all their histories and everything on gold tablets and hid them. My biggest question about all that is, okay, bronze is not the kind of metal that rusts and shit, right? And if we're talking just barely around 2,000 years ago, and a city with 1 million people who had bronze tools, armor, horses, chariots, etc., then of course, and this might be the evil skeptic in me, because I gotta watch myself, raised the way I was in Judaism and shit. Yeah, I got a lot of skepticism. I'm just gonna automatically believe any old thing. People need to, I am a show me kind of guy, right? Like I'm from Missouri or something. And it's like, the marker will make us whole. We'll all be united. So God, man, I guess I'm just saying that if somebody could produce some 2,000-year-old bronze implements from upstate New York, I'd be like, maybe this deserves looking into. You know what I'm saying? If the Mormon Church came out and said, hey, those gold tablets we always told everyone about, but we never showed anyone ever? Well, here they are. Carbon datum even, right? Then I'd be like, holy shit, the Mormons could be right, but they don't do that. And everything's shady as hell. And another thing they do, which hopefully they'll be stopped from doing, is the polygamous Mormons, who are not the majority of Mormons, but they're still out there. They will marry one wife, and that'll be a legal marriage, right? But then they'll have church marriages, and they might have 3, 4, 5 wives, right? All of the wives that he's not actually church married to, so legally married to, will go on welfare. So this Mormon man who's legally married to another woman, but is knocking up 5 other Mormon women, all of those women are, drawing food stamps and welfare. And it's like, but of course he gets it all. The man gets it all, and then it gets divided out or however. And it's just like, that is fucked up. You know what I mean? That's not cool. And I stand against it. And that might make me, some people might consider me an enemy for the things I've said, but no, I'm not anybody's enemy. But, I will tell the truth, right? Right. I mean, let's say you've got 6 wives, you're married to one, even if you're one of the dudes that's got a job, say with the church or whatever, right? And your wife is helping raise kids, and all the other wives are helping raise kids. You've got 5 wives claiming that they're single mothers with multiple children. So they're getting, God only knows how much they're getting. I don't even know. I don't know how that works, because my family has always been too proud, because we're a bunch of hillbillies, to ever ask the government for a damn thing. Like, we'll poach deer nonstop if that's what we need to do to eat. But we ain't asking anybody for food stamps, because F that, right? My grandparents just did not believe in taking government handouts, ever. But that means that based on the number of kids, etc., that guy's getting at least $5,000 a month in cash and EBT, and then maybe even the same or more in food stamps, SNAP. I mean, am I crazy here? I mean, to quote what, am I taking crazy pills? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills because yeah. And a lot of people don't know that they do that. Another thing they're really good at, and I know this because I lived on the ranch they own here in Florida. They're really good at honeypotting people into the religion. And my nephew went through this, and I warned him, but he didn't listen. I tried like hell to get him to join the ROCOR church, and he's like, I went to it, and it's just too hard. They expect so much out of you. And that was incredibly disappointing to me because I'm like, well, yeah, that's the fucking point, right? So he ended up going to a Mormon church. Why, though, did he pick the Mormon church? Because there's a hot chick there. There's a hot chick. And she's the one that talked him into coming to the church. And he's a 20-something-year-old man. So he decided he'd go to their church. And, of course, he got, invited in. And like Mormons are depicted, they're super nice. So he starts getting invited to all the picnics and all the everything. I don't know where IRS headquarters is. And, of course, once he'd been good and in the church for a minute, the girl that had been feigning interest in him decided she was no longer interested in him. So, I mean, that was a thing. And, and now why did that happen? Because that is how they recruit. In a way, they're the opposite of the Jehovah's Witnesses. Because Jehovah's Witnesses will just send like all of their old Puerto Rican women to your house to try to talk you into becoming Jehovah's Witness. The Mormons will send their most attractive young people, whether it's men or women. And I've told you guys this, like, hell, it's been a long time now, maybe a year. The Mormons came through to evangelize in my area, and they sent 3 Midwest, corn-fed, Scandinavian descent, 20-ish, 22 to 25-year-old hotties to all the houses on the block to try to convince people to become Mormons. And they did that shit on purpose. That's why I'm telling you. Because their hope was they could run into a young man and, throw the charm on him and talk about how big they are into fellowship and all this shit. And the young man would think with his PP unit and go in for their bullshit, right? And then who knows? Maybe the young man does get to marry the chick that convinced him to go to the church. Maybe. I'm sure it's happened, right? But in my experience, generally not. But then once the guy's in the church, it's not easy to leave because when you very first join, as I already said, when you very first join the Mormon church, they go all out to include you in everything. I mean, they are really, really, really trying to get you hooked on the experience, the lifestyle. And I have nothing against their lifestyle either, which I think in a lot of ways is very awesome. How they're nice and kind and they're very family oriented. So I'm not even talking shit about their lifestyle. But yeah, it's a little sad how they do. Now, good news, guys, because if you're going to talk about bad news, you should always end things on good news. And since we're close to the end, we'll end some things on good news. After things happened the way they happened, the nephew stayed in, but kind of got a little bit disheartened. And now he's talking about leaving and possibly, looking at a more traditional whatever. Now, the woman that he's married to, I think she's Roman Catholic. Not ideal, but not bad. You know what I mean? Not bad. Close. I mean, if we can get him to dip a toe in Roman Catholicism, then it'd be a quick jump and a hop down the road to actual, Orthodox Christianity. And that's what I want for him. And if any of you guys are like, well, why do you feel this is so important? It's because I love my nephew. You understand? And in addition to loving my nephew and thinking he's a completely awesome human being and absolutely wanting the best for my nephews and nieces, that means that I understand that this life is short and ultimately meaningless. And that the next life, that's going to be the thing, right? So what kind of scumbag would I be if I didn't want the people I love to go to heaven, right? And again, I'm going to say some hot takes here. The Orthodox cannot say who will or will not go to heaven, but we can definitely say that we believe we're the ones on the right track. Mainly because we have not changed doctrine at all in 2,000 years. And a lot of these other churches, they just seem to invent shit that's not even in the Bible. Good night, John. So there is a little bit of like Jehovah's Witnesses, bros. They think that Jesus Christ, Son of God, was actually the Archangel Michael. That is part of their teaching. That for some reason, Michael had something to do with something. I don't know why. But that is part of their teaching. And they're non-Trinitarian. So automatically, right out for me, there's a lot of not, like that porn star was trying to argue her Christianity against, what's his name? Williams. Is that his name? The guy goes on the whatever podcast and shows these women how dumb they are. The ex freaking OnlyFans girls on there arguing with him that Jesus and God, basically that Jesus is not God. That she basically being non-Trinitarian and all that. And it's like, as Christians, we're absolutely supposed to support people who are repenting from the sins that they've done in their life and trying to be better people. However, that does not mean we give them the mic and say, okay, now you're the teacher. Especially since the saints say that a female should never be placed in a position of authority over a male within the church. And some people will be like, oh my God, that's so misogynistic. Yeah, whatever, I don't care. So an ex-porn star quitting OnlyFans, claiming to be a Christian, and then trying to start her own denomination of Christianity that rejects the Trinity. Yeah. And then people wonder why more Orthodox Christians, because that Williams guy I'm talking about, if it is Williams, is Orthodox Christian. But I think he's OCA, which is Orthodox Church of America. I could be wrong. Calling her out. So they think he's a bad guy. And it's like, I don't think you guys understand how this works. I mean, we have this thing called the scripture and the gospels. And of course, different books hold different weight, obviously, but still they're all there. And certain things are just ordained by God. And one of those things is that, and it will wreck your brain if you think too much about it. Yeah, Andrew Wilson. It will wreck your brain. Yep, they're both Orthodox Christians. As a matter of fact, Rachel Wilson wrote a tremendously good book called Modern Feminism and Satanism, The Occult Origins of Feminism. But I've been saying this since before I even knew that book existed. When a feminist says they want to grab a hammer and tear down the patriarchy, what are they saying? Right? Has anybody ever stopped to question what exactly are they saying when they say that? Well, I can help you out here. What does the Orthodox Church call their high-ranking priests that may or may not necessarily be bishops, or may be actually above a bishop? We call the high-ranking priests patriarchs. And what do you call the patriarch of a family? So, like, if you grew up in a traditional family with a mom and a dad, you would say that the mother is the matriarch of the family, right? And you would say that the father is the patriarch of the family. I'm sure you guys are following me here, right? So then, since God is the father, that means he is the ultimate patriarch. He is the patriarch on top of, he is the point of the pyramid. He is the patriarch above all patriarchs, the creator, the father, etc., right? So when these feminists are running around, flashing their boobies, being sluts, which I've never understood. Hey, I'm going to become a feminist, and to prove I'm a feminist, I'm going to fuck 100 random guys. Excuse my language, but it's like, I'm not sure about all that being feminist, but okay, you made a choice, right? So basically what I'm saying is feminism, and especially the people who are always demanding the destruction of the patriarchy, are prima facie anti-Christian and anti-God. Right off the bat. Right off the bat. And that's in addition to most of them also just being straight up man haters, misandrists. And who knows, maybe some of them got a reason, they were hurt in the past in some really horrible, traumatic way. And now, they can no longer trust a man. And okay, I'm willing to go there. I'm willing to make that excuse. But I mean, if they had accepted Christ as their Lord and Savior into their heart, then they might be able to find the wherewithal and the spiritual grace to overcome the trauma that has caused them to behave, to basically act out of pocket and, become better people. But instead, they reject that opportunity for salvation, and they double down on all of the worst things. I mean, nowadays, a lot of them aren't even hiding it. Like, was it Double D or who was I watching today? It might have been Nuxnor, actually. There were a bunch of gay people bitching about the fact that there's no gay parade or whatever where they are. And I kid you not, one of the guys bitching about it had a t-shirt on that literally said, Satan does not, or Satan approves of pronouns. Now, that is such a weird kind of flex, because it's like, okay, who is that supposed to appeal to? Because as a normie, random guy, if I see a guy and he's promoting Satan, I'm immediately being like, nah, I don't want any part of that shit. Even if I were an atheist and didn't even believe in Satan, I would still be like, hey, I know like the myths, stories, whatever about Satan, and I just don't want to be a part of it, you know? Doesn't seem like a wise thing. Let's avoid, being affiliated with the great deceiver who absolutely hates all of humanity and wants nothing more than to drag us all to hell out of spite for his creator. Because, he knows the only way to hurt God is through us, God loves us so much that every time these devils can cause a human to fall, it actually hurts God. And it's like, so this guy is not even hiding his religious belief. And then, so I decided to do a little research on this, right? There are so many shirts that have symbols on them that are satanic, but the symbol is done in rainbow colors. Good night, Daryl. Some sharks actually do sleep, but a lot of them, they go into caves that have currents that run through them, and then they hang in the current so that water is constantly being pushed over their gills. Very interesting stuff. Sharks truly are a marvel of creation or evolution, whatever you guys want to believe in. Because look, everything I'm saying right now is not me trying to preach to you to make you run out and immediately join the Orthodox Church. I mean, do I wish you would? Well, of course I do. I would be lying to you if I said I didn't wish you guys would all immediately stop doing whatever the hell you're doing and recant and find yourself to the nearest Orthodox church and start working on becoming a catechumen and becoming a member of the church. That would be the thing that would make me the happiest in the world, right? But I can't force you. So that's why I say, hey, whatever, you're going to do what you're going to do. I raised kids, so I know this, right? I've got grown children. And I'm not trying to say you guys are children. I'm just saying that sometimes you have to recognize that no matter how many good arguments you give for something, sometimes the kids are just going to do what they want. You know what I mean? So you just got to kind of kick back and let it happen. Just kick back and let it happen, right? The kids are going to do what they want. But yeah, the LGBT, and let me tell you, a lot of the G's are like, no, thank you, with all that rest of that bullshit. And the L's too. I don't think most L's and G's signed up to be Satanists and actively opposed to God. Even the ones that even think about it, I I've seen a lot of the G's trying to justify what they're doing, and and I've told them, look, man, if you're justifying it, it's because deep down in your heart, it's wrong. But you'll find your way, or you won't. But yeah, I think a lot of, and I keep saying this, and I base some of this on the fact that I used to hang out around a lot of gay people back when I was, in my late 20s and early 30s, right? Is just the crowd I ran in. And none of them were weird like this. You know what I mean? They just weren't. They were like normal people. I'm gonna have to end this before I go off on my rant like I did the other night. And the rant is really simple. I don't think black fatigue exists. Ratchet ass hood rat fatigue exists. But if ratchet ass hood rat fatigue exists, then trans fatigue exists in spades. Like, because I'll tell you what, black people acting a fool, I'm like, okay, whatever, right? These black people are acting a fool. I can get over that. Like, don't go to Popeyes. You won't have to shoot somebody over a freaking chicken wing. But the thing with the black fatigue thing is, okay, these hood rats might try to sell drugs to your kids. And that shit needs to be dealt with ASAP, right? Like if there's some drug dealing hood rat and they feel like they're going to hang about and try to sell drugs to kids, they need to be dealt with immediately. Thrown in prison, whatever, right? And I think because that's generally what happens, most people are just like, whatever, right? It's not that big of a deal. It's not even a race thing. There's plenty of white meth heads doing the same shit. Whatever, right? But the point being how we get very protective of our children, right? Well, what do you do when you have a group of people, basically the trans community, and their whole freaking ideology is based around effing with your kids? But then they think you should be okay with that. It's like, no, that's not how life works. I mean, if you make yourself a threat to my children, then obviously, we're going to have some problems over here. I mean, it's just freaking basic math, right? But for some reason, somebody missed the freaking message on that. And now we have, I would say, troon fatigue. But then again, I am what I am, which is simply a guy who wants to, for the most part, be left to live my life. And before all the troon library bullshit and all the troon, hey, let's take our 10-year-olds to strip clubs, no one gave a shit about somebody wanting to be a cross-dresser or transvestite or whatever. Like I said, Boy George. Every Gen Xer loved Boy George. Don't let them lie to you. I mean, do you really want to hurt me? Come on, banger. Everybody knows that's a banger. Karma Chameleon, banger. Do I know what it's about? Hell no. But banger. So, yeah. The idea that straight people just hate troons automatically, no. That's stupid. It's stupid. It's just not true. But here's the difference, right? Now, I don't know what Boy George was doing in his private time. Hopefully, he wasn't trying to groom little kids and shit like that. I don't think so. And hopefully, I'm right. But the modern day Troon, it's like they'll blatantly tell you to your face that's what they want to do. And that is, at least to most right-thinking people, just absolutely unacceptable, right? Like when some grown-ass man wearing a dress says, oh, yeah, our whole thing is outreach, and we believe that, 10-year-old girls should have their breasts cut off and et cetera, right? That is some shit that is not within normal bounds. And I want to reiterate this so that people don't think I'm just being bigoted against the entire group of people. You just didn't have that shit back in the old days. The whole "we're coming for your children" thing, that's new. That's new. And even if they were joking when they said it, it don't matter now. Because once you come out and say some shit like that and normies hear it, well, guess what? Yep. You did your thing. I hope you're happy. The normies heard you talking about how you want to corrupt their children, and now you have went from being a relatively amusing kind of oddity, like, hey, let's go see a strip show, just for the F of it. It might be fun, right? And you went from that to a threat to people's children. So once you've went from an amusing oddity to go watch at, a club to a literal threat to somebody's young children, don't be super surprised when you start getting treated away. You know what I mean? Anyone trying to act super surprised about being treated away after all that shit is just being unrealistic, Also, oh, yeah. I remember seeing that video, Shark, and what's funny is all the leftists were like whining and talking about how they'd been betrayed because they assumed, since Muslims are a minority in the United States, that there was some kind of giant, hey, you're not a straight white Christian man alliance going on. And they found out how wrong they were really quick. But see, gay people are stupid anyway. The whole LGBT thing. You got these idiots out here running up and down the street with their rainbow flags shouting "Free Palestine," right? As if it's like, do they not know that if they were in Palestine, they'd be getting chucked off of buildings and shit? It's like, do you not know that? It's like, no one told you that, huh? If they were in Iran, they would be getting forced conversion to forced transition. That's how Iran got rid of the gay problem in Iran. If they find out you're gay, they give you a choice: transition or get chucked off a building or hanged or something. And most of the people say, I'd rather transition than die. So they get their wee popped off and everything gets redone up. And then they get assigned a husband who I assume spends the rest of their whole marriage just banging her in the ass. So, I mean, did it stop the gay shit? No. But at least I guess the Iranian, Khomeinis think that, the Ayatollahs, think that, well, it's a woman now, so it's all good. It's so dumb that it's like, it just hurts your head if you think too much about it. I mean, it is absolute stupidity. I mean, we're going to end homosexuality by taking all the gay people and cutting their dicks off and giving them fake breasts. That should do it. Put them on estrogen. I mean, surely obviously that's how you do it, right? And when there are no longer any men left, then project successful. Go us. See, some people might get mad about this because not that they could do anything about it, and I'm switching up the topic real quick. They stopped selling Grimgor Ironhide, right? And if you play an Orc Goblin army in Warhammer Old World or Warhammer Fantasy, you cannot buy Grimgor Ironhide, who is one of the toughest, most badass orcs to ever live in the old world. So to that end, somebody kind of molded an orc and a Warhammer ogre together and made a really good proxy for Grimgor Ironhide. Now, unfortunately, you guys are getting ready to see me destroy this guy. Is this the guy I want to destroy? No. This is not the guy I want to destroy. I'm going to destroy the other one. I made two of them, and I did a switch. So one of them is holding the axe in his left hand, and the other one is holding the axe in his right hand. And I'm going to take the right-handed guy and some people will argue maybe destroy him. But those people lack vision, I would say. They lack vision. And by destroy, what I mean is modify. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if you know this or not, but almost every time, or at least one major time, I should say for sure, before I say something that somebody is going to be like, that's not true. The overthrow of the Shah in Iran started with the women. It was not a bunch of crazy, well, there were plenty of crazy, fundamentalist men, but it was something that the Muslim women in Iran demanded be done because they were very, very upset at the idea of these women walking around in micro mini skirts and, basically being Western. So yeah, the grandmas got together and they're like, that's enough of this shit. Put an end to it now. And then the men went out and there's a big thing and, protesting and whatever and blah, 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 blah. But yeah, a lot of that bullshit was fomented by grandmas who thought that, the Shah's government was just immoral. I was in the hospital once, and this nurse, somebody, I guess, could have been me, because the joke, how can you tell someone's a veteran? If you wait 10 seconds, they'll tell you. But this nurse comes in, pretty older lady. And she's like, hi, you're a vet too, huh? I said, yes, ma'am. And so we're talking and having a great time. She's asking me where I was, and I'm telling her, and what I did. And she's like, that's super cool, whatever. And then I finally says, so where did you serve? And she was like, Iran. I was like, Iran? And she's like, yeah, during the Iran-Iraq war, I was a nurse for the Iranian army. And I was like, oh, shit. Sorry about that. She's like, oh, no problem. I mean, I don't have any ill will towards anyone. And I was like, well, thank God, because, I don't want this woman, doing something, but not that I think she would. She was a pro. But yeah, so I'm sitting there talking about my stupid riding around in a Bradley, taking out, stupid half-trained conscripts. This woman waiting on me had been in the trenches dealing with nerve gas and every other horrible thing that they were throwing at each other back then. 14-year-old child soldiers and whatnot, and I was just like, oh, man. I mean, what do you even say, But, I was in the hospital for a few days, and believe it or not, she and I actually developed a lot of, I want to say, mutual respect, It was like cool, You're a vet, I'm a vet, entirely different wars, decades and decades apart, but, And I'll tell you what, I respected that woman and still do to this day if she's out there anywhere. She was an older woman, so I don't know, but to be a nurse / medic in those trenches during the Iran-Iraq war, oh my God. Oh my God. That's a way tougher job by an order of magnitude to anything I saw. I'm telling you that right now. Nothing I saw comes even close to the hell that she had been through. And I am personally glad that somehow, when it was all said and done, she found her way to America and was able to be a nurse here because, she's had it hard enough. It's about time for her to get a break, I think. And I'm generally not such a softy about, Muslims and immigration and shit like that. I generally would argue that Islam is not compatible with Western civilization and therefore should not be allowed in the West. But this lady, who may or may not have been a Muslim for all I know, yeah, much love. Much love to her. Nothing but the best, I hope. Live long and prosper and all of that. Now, for those of you who are like, okay, James, you said you were going to destroy a giant 3D printed orc. What the hell do you mean? And this is it. This is the last bit. I know I've said that for 2 hours, but I'm serious this time. You believe me, right? You see how he's got that big screaming face. He's like, rah, I'm a big orc. Unfortunately, he is a big orc, but unfortunately, he is a big Warhammer orc. I do not use big Warhammer orcs in my D&D game. Something I don't do. So I have just clipped his head right off. People are like, oh shit, I can't believe that. Yep, that's what happened. His head got clipped right the hell off. And why would I do that? Because I also 3D printed this large ass pig-faced orc head that looks like all of my Otherworld miniature orcs and all the other, orcs that I've been working on. And it is going to go on him. See, and it already fits perfectly. So nice, right? So that he can be the war leader of my orc horde. And he looks like a gigantic pig-faced freaking orc. Or one could argue he could be a half orc. You know what I mean? Maybe he had a ogre parent. I would assume a dad. I would assume that lots and lots of lubricant would have had to been used. Unless ogres have very small wings, which is possible. I mean, one of the biggest primates on the planet, the mountain gorilla, has the smallest wing compared to body size of any primate on the planet. But see, that steps in right like that. Now look at that guy. He goes from being a Warhammer orc to being just a massive ogre-sized D&D orc. That's like 14 feet tall or 12 feet tall or something. And that, my friends, that's why I do it. And if you're like, that's why you do it? Yeah, it is actually. My favorite thing about this hobby is the modding and creating entirely new things out of pre-existing things. That is why I do it. That is my favorite part. I love modding up a figure and making it a way, just because one, if I ever go to the comic shop with these guys, people are going to be like, holy shit, that's like Grimgar Ironhide, except he's got a different pig-like face. And I'll be like, yeah. Two, this figure is 100% absolutely unique. Unless someone steals the idea of what I've done, this is a unique figure. This is the only one. There's not another figure like this out there anywhere. And I could throw some extra orky bits on him just to, do him up. I've got a bunch of 3D printed human skulls I can decorate him with. So, yeah. Gigantic orc boss. That's like the boss of the bosses. Now, the other thing I'm going to put together eventually, maybe now, I don't know, is this guy right here. You won't be able to see him too well if I can't get focus in, but yeah, you can see it a little bit. That is Vlad Dracula from the Dracula movie that had Keanu Reeves in it when he was young and fighting the Turks, and he was wearing that armor that was made to look like musculature. That kit also came with these cool sharp pikes. And in addition to that, it also came with Turks that are molded with a hole in them so that you can put them on the pikes. Pretty good, right? And of course, we just mount the pikes on a bigger base. For this, I'm not going to mount them on a Games Workshop style base because, it wouldn't do what I need done. I'm going to mount them on a 25 millimeter steel washer. And there's a couple reasons for that, but most of you already know the main reason, and that is weight. The second reason is once I put some glue on top of that thing and put some flock on it, then it just looks like a piece of terrain. Well, I mean, the thing with Islam is, and this is something they're taught, Tuqiyad or whatever it's called, is anytime they're in the underhand position or the lower hand position, which means weak, then they teach that they have to be very understanding and friendly and nice to everyone. But the goal is always infiltration and eventual conquest. So, if you live in a town and there's a Muslim family in that town, that Muslim family is going to be really nice, right? However, as soon as the town becomes majority Islamic, then you're basically effed in the A, because that's when they're going to start demanding the rules and laws be changed to suit them. I mean, I don't know if you remember this, Shark, but it wasn't that long ago that Muslim taxi drivers in Minnesota were trying to argue they should be allowed to refuse to give anyone who's been drinking a ride because drinking alcohol is against their religion. Of course, that shit got knocked down pretty quick because, you're working for a company and drinking is legal, even in Little Mogadishu. And, so no, you can't do that. But basically, they were trying to pass religiously based laws on a country that until about 40 years ago, Muslims weren't even allowed to hold political office in the United States. That shit got changed, I think, in the 80s. So it's like, like, really? This is what we're doing. We're going to take away the restrictions, and then after we've taken away the restrictions, we're going to give them rights. And, and what has been the result of that? Ilhan Omar, that crazy bitch from Michigan, a couple others. And these people are, don't get it twisted. These people are straight up traitors. They are straight up 100% traitors, They hate the United States. That is a fact. They hate it. So I don't even know. It's like, one thing I don't understand about a lot of these people who migrate here, it's like, if you hate this country and culture, why are you here? It's a big world, and there's a lot of places you could have went, but you chose to come here. And that is very strange to me. But, maybe I'm just, naive. Maybe that's the word I'm looking for, naive. Because, I'm just like, I know that if I hated England, I would never, under any circumstances, try to migrate to England. You could just count on that. If I'm like, fuck those beans on toast eating fucks, then I am not moving to England. That's just not going to be a thing. I would rather move to a country I like maybe New Zealand or fucking, I don't know, wherever, right? But you've got these people, and they're like, death to America, death to the great Satan. Also, let's all move to Detroit. And I'm telling you, I don't get it. I do not get it. I don't understand it, you know? And then they come here and demand that we change all kinds of shit from the way we've been doing it for 200 years to the way they want it done. And to me, that also is kind of an insult, because it's like, no one invited you here. Oh, yeah, they always will, though, because in order to be a truly religious Muslim, you have to support Sharia law. So now there is good news. So be thou not afraid. And the good news is simply this. If it ever comes down to any sort of thing, I think Christianity will win whatever kind of thing it might ever come down to. I really do. But, you know, maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me. I mean, my cousin Steve, or cousin, well, I call him cousin. He's not my cousin. He's my dad's cousin. He was living in Tel Aviv when I went to war in Iraq. And I remember he wrote me a letter, and he's like, don't worry about anything. Because Arabs won't fight. And I was like, wow, okay, that's weird. It's a weird thing to say, but okay. And it is my experience that he was 100% right. You know? It's like whatever group of Muslims was warlike enough to spread Islam all over the world, I don't think they exist anymore. Now, will they kill a bunch of children and grape a bunch of women and run around like maniacs, acting like idiots? They'll do that, absolutely. But will they actually march forth like an army to defend or attack an enemy? Hell no, they're not doing that. And again, I don't know if it's just pure cowardice or what the hell it is. I mean, October 7th, perfect example. They could have infiltrated Israel. They could have started taking out radar bases. They could have started taking military targets out. They could have done all kinds of stuff to infrastructure, military stuff, whatever. But no, they were too busy killing civilians and raping innocent women that had nothing to do with anything. So for that, I dubbed them savages and worthy of exactly zero pity. They are worthy of zero pity. I mean, and I know a lot of people are going to be like, well, that's harsh, but sorry. I am sorry, but no. You behave in that way, you have removed your right for pity. You know? Like normally I would have been like if they had fought the war the right way, and by that I mean sticking military targets, avoiding all the rape and all the murder of, children and stuff. I don't know. I'd have a totally different view on the Palestine-Israeli conflict, right? Even though, like I said, I have relatives that have lived in Israel. But I myself am not beholden to Israel. I'm a Christian. And if anything, sometimes the stuff that the Jewish government in Israel does pisses me right off. Because they do have a habit of making very anti-Christian laws and stuff like that. And yeah, that's not cool, right? So, boom. See? Mounted on the washer. Nice and heavy on the bottom. Not going to flip over. Oh, yeah. Yeah. In the Middle Ages, man, these guys, they beat the Mongols. They beat Byzantium. They lost to the Turks, though, who just converted to Islam and kept going. But, yeah, it's crazy, man. And they just, I don't know. Interesting side note on people getting staked. When done correctly, and this is not done correctly, because what you're supposed to do when you put somebody on a stake like this is you go into the taint, right? And up through the pelvic bone, the stake is greased, and you're shooting to have it come out somewhere in the clavicle region, collarbone, right? And the reason for that is if you know what you're doing, you can do that and the victim will stay alive for literally hours while they're hanging there. The big key is you've got to miss all of the vital organs. And of course, if you were a guy who spent a lot of time, staking people for your liege lord, Vlad, you'd probably get pretty good at it. Because like anything else, practice makes perfect, right? So, yeah. I think I'm going to cut the head off of this bald guy that's being crucified here because they added a Turkish head, like with the actual headdress. And I think I'm going to go ahead and put the Turkish head on. Just, for a little bit of variety. I mean, we got all these guys being, crucified. I don't want them all to look identical, So, yeah. Much better. See? So he's kind of got that Turkish hat on. I'll let that dry for a minute before I stick him on a stake. The other guy I really can't do that with because he's really hairy and everything. That's all right, though. So I've got two of these guys who, honestly, I don't know. I might use as a character if I ever played a fantasy role-playing game. Like if someone else DM'd a fantasy role-playing game around here, which will never happen. I am the forever DM for all time. But I've got Vlad Tepes in his full armor with the bat helmet And then I've got Vlad Tepes getting ready to take a drink out of a chalice. What could be in that chalice, I wonder? Yeah, get to bed, bro. Get to bed. I've been saying I was going to end this for like an hour and a half. I need to end this. I need to go to bed. I got to be up relatively early. I got to go to the doctor's office. So, peace out. Peace outside. I'll see you later, Shark. Semper Fi to you, and say a prayer to Chesty. Or Foring. Either way. Peace and love. God bless you all. And